Good morning. Can someone assure me whether the screen is visible? Is my screen visible? Can someone assure me?
We can see the screen.
Visible?
Yeah.
Thank you. Fine. So, since the topic is going to be the principles of management, let us begin with introducing what management is. So, management, anything that you do in your day to day life, anything that you juggle your scarcity, and you may have some scarcity, you may have some shortages. Despite the shortages and despite the scarcity, what are the managerial skills that you are going to exhibit, and hence the ultimate aim is to achieve what you want to do, or achieve, or attain what you wanted to do. So what you wanted to do is your objective, and in terms of attaining your objectives you'll be having some scarcity and shortages. And how do you manage those scarcity and shortages in order to overcome those objective, I mean in order to overcome those troubles, and how do you achieve your objective? It is all again comes under management. So here you can see management is an important element in every organization. As as far as business organization is concerned, so management is one important element where every organization need to abide by. And if you take the two categories of any organization, one is administration, and the second one is management part. So administration, or it includes people like the top level management, say for example the CEO, CFO, and founders, chairman, and the executive officers. Those people will be in top level management, and these people are going to occupy space in administrative positions. Others, please don't share your screen, please. Others, please don't share your screen. Yes. So, however, administrative roles are taken by these people. And coming back to the middle level management are the people who are called as management. So, how do they manage the resources? How do they take care of the um, employer as well as the employees, and how do they deal with these people, and how do they deal with the available resources, and how they are going to achieve the organizational objective. So hence management people and their roles are very very paramount in terms of achieving the organizational objectives. So it is the element that coordinates current organizational activities and plans for the futures, of course, future. And administrative people, they come up with certain plans. Administrative people, they devise strategies. Administrative people, they come up with various decisions. They make, or they frame certain plans and procedures. And their part is only to devise, and their part is only to frame strategies and make plans. But who is going to be the responsible people, or who are going to be the responsible people to implement these plans, are nothing but the management people. For example, you are in a college where am I audible actually?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thanks. Right. So where any college you belong to, like probably you may have your administrative people, say for example your college owner, the founder, or the chairman, the correspondent, right? And your principal. These people are there in the administrative position. They are going to administrate the entire organization. Whereas the management, talking from your vice principals or your HODs or your teachers, your class teachers, and even the representatives, the class representatives, these are the people comes under management. And because they are going to manage both employer as well as the people who are there in the bottom level. So they are going to be in the middle level, and they are going to take the instructions, and they are going to take the strategies or decisions that are made by the administrative people. And what they will do, they will take it to the, or they take it forward to the people who are there next to them. Okay, because the middle level management and bottom level management are the one who are going to take care of the implementation processes. Okay, so the very best example is, let's imagine like your college is declaring holiday probably today or tomorrow. Of course it is going to be Saturday Sunday, it's holiday, but still, okay, for some occasion they are declaring holiday on Monday. So who will make this decision? Probably your people who are in the administrative position, like the chancellor. I mean, the founder and owner, the chairman or the correspondent, including your principal. So these are the top level people who decide, okay, when to declare holiday or when not to declare, when not to declare the holiday. So they decided, and they communicate it to the HODs, or they communicate it to the vice principal, and vice principal communicate it to the HODs, and HODs they communicate to the teachers, the class teachers, and class teachers communicate to the students. So students, as far as the levels of management is concerned, students are in the bottom level, whereas the teachers, the HODs, the vice principals are there in the middle level. And in the administrative, in the top level, like who are the people? The correspondent, the chairman, the founder, the principals. Okay, these people are going to be in the top level. So what top level can do? Top level can only decide what to be done. Okay, they can decide and they can inform you, but who will implement it? Implementation, for whom the holiday is declared, it is for the students, it is for the teachers. So who is actually in the execution part? The middle level management as well as in the bottom level management. So these are the people who takes care of the execution part. Okay, so when, as far as management is concerned, you need to know management is nothing but managing the resources that are there in the organization, no matter what scarcity you have, no matter what shortages you have, and your ultimate aim is to achieve the organizational objectives. The management adapts the organization to its environment and shapes the organization to make it more suitable to the organization. Exactly. So, for example, you imagine your head of the department is there, and he needs to manage your faculty members. He needs to manage the students. So, head of the department is somewhere in the mid level. He is responsible for students. He is responsible to the faculty members. He is also responsible to the employer, who is superior. Okay. So, how he decides is like he makes the environment according to the organizational requirement. He trains the faculty members, he advises the students, he motivates the students, he disciplines the students, he disciplines the faculty members, he disciplines he controls the attendance, he monitors the regularity of the faculty members and students. So everything should be aligned with the organizational objective. So it is the role of the management. Okay, and coming to definition, various definitions have been given by very famous management thinkers and very significant management thinkers, and this is one a definition given by W.F. Taylor. Okay, so management is the art of knowing what you want to do and then seeing that it is done in the best and cheapest way. So it is like the art management is considered as art as well as science. Okay, there was a debate, and actually management resulted with both art and science. You cannot simply say, you know the differences between art and science, right? Science is something which is very a structured one, like where just like the mathematics that you study, the physics that you study, the chemistry that you study, the biology, like for everything, like you have a formula, you have a theory, and based on the formula, based on the theory, you have to work out. which means already certain things have been established and you have to align with that. That is what is called science. But when you talk about art, drawing is an art. Like, you cannot decide something, or you cannot follow any theory, you cannot follow any um, formula. Okay, when you want to draw something, it goes with your imagination. So art is nothing but imagination, whereas science is nothing but where you have to follow certain structures such as formulas, theories and all. But management is both art and science actually. Okay, it is not just art, it is not just an imagination like you can do anything what you want. It is not that alone, but also it falls under science category also. There are certain principles, there are certain theories, there are certain formulas where you need to follow all those, and hence management is both art as well as science. So coming back to the definition, so it is actually an art of knowing what you want to do. Okay, see, like you in many holidays, like you might have waste your holiday actually, like without knowing what to be done, or what you need to do, like how to improvise yourselves and how to engage towards something. You may not know what to do, and if you do not know what to do, automatically you waste your day, automatically you waste your entire vacation. Let's imagine this way. In case, if you are knowing what to do, like you want to know, you want to learn some computer languages, or you want to know some coding, or you want to learn some skills. Okay, you want to learn cycling, or you want to learn swimming, or you want to learn to drive a car. So anything that matters. So once if you decide what you'll be doing, like you'll be doing what you want to do. Okay, so the first important thing in management, what WF Taylor saying, is knowing what you want to do. Okay, what you want to learn, what you want to become, and what are the various skill sets that you need to acquire, and how you are going to exhibit it. Okay, so knowing what you want to do, and then seeing that it is done what you want to do, and it has to be done in the best and the cheapest way. Okay, in any organization, whether it is manufacturing company or a service oriented company, whether it is IT company or automobile industry or education industry, anything that matters, they need to know what to do, how to do that, and how to do that in the cheap and best way. Okay, so that is what is the definition given by WF Taylor. And the second definition states by Terry is management as a process. Okay, so he say that ma- management is a very big process. It can it is consisting of various functions. Various functions that are done in any management. So it starts from planning, organizing, actuating, controlling, performing. Okay, so simply to put it in a very breeze way, like planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating, and staffing. These are the various functions that are done under management that we will see in deep also in a you know uh, deeper analysis. So these are the various functions of management to determine and accomplish your objective. See, your ultimate aim, any definition, you take any author's definition. Every definition says that you can follow anything. You may identify what you want to do. You may identify how you are going to do, and what are the various functions that you are going to do. So everything that you can do, but the ultimate aim is ultimate aim is to achieve the organizational goal. So any organization, they come up with certain objectives, what they want to achieve after 5 years, or what they want to achieve after 3 years, or what they want to achieve after 10 years. Okay, so that is going to be their objective, and preparing themselves towards achieving that objective. So ultimate goal is to attain your organizational goals, organizational ambition. Goals or objectives are nothing but the aim what you have. Okay, so what could be the organizational's aim to maximum extent? Probably having more customers, having more profit. This is going to be any company's objective. Okay, I want to become industry leader, or among various competitor, I want to become a become an industry leader. I want to make more profits. I need to have more customers. I need to make more sales volume. Okay, so these are the various objectives of any organization. No, you cannot say any organization is running, or any organization is functioning just to just to do services to the society. Okay, can you say TCS is in IT industry just to serve the people? Can you say Infosys is in the industry or in the market just to serve the people or serve the society? Obviously no. They do work. Okay, they do services. See, the non-profitable services different, profitable services are different. Okay, profitable services are like education industry, hospital industry, like the healthcare industry, IT industry. These are all the profit based services where I provide service and I take money. That is what is profit based services. Non profit based services are like the trust that you see. No, they recently, you might have seen that um, video released by Rahava Lawrence, right? So he have a trust, and he extends his supports to the needy people. That is something very different. We are not talking about those services. Okay, that services is very very different. And what we are talking is all about the monetary based, money based services. If I'm teaching you today, okay, I'm rendering my service to you, which means I'm taking money for it. Okay, so any services, whether it is college or it is a hospital, if you take consultation from a doctor, it is a service, but you pay consultation fee to the doctor, isn't it? So these are all the profit based services. So all these industries comes under service based industry. Transportation, you travel in train and you pay, you pay money to buy the ticket just to travel. You travel in a bus, for which you pay money and you buy the ticket for traveling. Okay, so these are all the services. It is not product oriented, it is service oriented, for which customers will pay money. Okay, and can you say that any IT industry is doing service like Rahava Lawrence? Definitely no. So every company's objective, or every company's aim or goal is to make money. Let's imagine, probably after completing your degree, you'll be starting, probably working. Okay, you give your service and you'll take money to, you work for a company, or you may work for a office, and in which for which you'll be paid back in terms of compensation or in terms of salary, isn't it? So, however, any company's objective is to make money. So, their objective, in order to achieve their objective, they'll be working on various categories. Yes, yes. So, next, let us discuss about the various management functions or the process of management. This is very very paramount, very very vital, a very important concept to learn. As long as you are a business administration student, you need to learn this. As soon as a kid enters into LKG, the basic thing what they teach 1 2 3 and ABC, right? So the same thing you need to learn as soon as you enter into business administration. So major functions of management. Okay, functions are nothing but activities. Okay, functions are not what you enjoy at your home, that you go for marriage, or you go for baby shower function, you go for birthday function. We are not discussing that. We are discussing about the various activities that are taken place in any company. If you go to any organization, any huge organizations, any massive organizations, where these functions, these activities are very very common, and without these functions you cannot achieve your organizational objective. Okay, that is very important. So you need to know what are the basic functions of management. So it starts from planning. planning is very 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 important in terms of understanding what are the various resources that you require. Let's imagine you are going to manufacture a mobile phone. Okay, so you need to plan for the production process. You need to know what are the various raw materials that you require, what are the various machineries that you require, and what is the financial budget that you want to buy the raw materials as well as the machineries, and how many human resources you want, how many packages you want, and where you are going to label and where you are going to print the labels, where you are going to manufacture the boxes, and where you are going to manufacture the cover, where you are going to manufacture the earphones, and where you are going to manufacture the chips or the sim. Okay, anything that matters. If you take a mobile phone, there are variety of spare parts available, right? Without any one of those you cannot operate this mobile phone. So many things are there. So once if you decide to manufacture a mobile, you need to plan first. Okay, it is not just for manufacturing. Even if you want to start a business, you need to plan first, isn't it? So you need to start your process by analyzing or by forecasting. Planning is nothing but forecasting. Okay, forecasting is understanding or guessing what you want in future. Okay. A very simple example and a very interesting example I can tell you. So probably the vacation starts. Now it is May, right? Most of the schools and colleges they have winded it in the month of April, and now it is going to be the vacation period, and every family or every friends group, they may have desire or interest to go for a trip, to go for a tour. Probably this is vacation, right? So this is vacation period and this is so hot here. Summer is so sunny and we are not able to tackle the temperature at Chennai or Pondicherry or whatever it is, or even the southern part of Tamil Nadu. So everywhere, what we did, I just probably the family members, they want to go to some hill stations where they can get good temperature, okay, good climate. So it is not just you think and you can start working on it, right? Or you can simply, you just by thinking or just by having a desire, you cannot start your car. You need to plan actually how many days you are going to spend on your trip. Okay, so that is the first requirement. And what is your budget? Okay, and where are you going to stay, and how many nights that you are going to stay, and how many days that you are going to spend. Okay, and in which place you are going to stay, and you need to check for the availability of the rooms at those locations. And you need to know what is the distance, and you need to check with your health conditions. You need to check with your budget. You need to check with who are the people that you are going to accompany, along with you or join with you. So all these aspects you plan, and probably you have a budget, and say some 15,000 or 20,000. And with that, how many days that you can spend. Okay, how many people can go, like if it is only 4 people, you can go for taking a small vehicle. And if it is going to be 10 people or 12 people, either you have to go for taking a very big vehicle, or you can go for taking 2 vehicles. Probably one may be at your house, and one you may need to hire, or one you may need to take from your friend, or one you may take from your relatives. So however, you need to plan how many heads are going to come, how many days we are going to stay, how many nights we are going to stay, how many days that we are going to spend, and how many vehicles that we want, and how many sets of dresses that you need to pack, and what is your budget. So all these things you need to make a clear cut framework, isn't it? This is nothing but planning. Only if everything is paka, then you will be starting, or then you will be exhibiting, or then you'll be embarking your tour. Okay, so this is how planning works on. So the same thing is applicable even for any organization. So when they want to start a company, or when they want to start a product, probably the phone or the watch or the glasses, the laptop, anything that matters. So they want to plan, what are the things that I require, what is the financial budget available. With the availability, with this available resources, it can be financial resources or the other resources too. So with the available resources, what how to which extent I can continue with my production process. And any organization, they starts their operation by planning. Without planning, no company can go for exhibiting their business operations, or to continue their business operation. For anything that matters, planning is very very important. And coming to organizing, the second important function in any company is organizing. So organizing is nothing but dividing the whole job into small tasks. Okay, I tell you a very easiest way of examples I can put. Now you decided to go for a tour. Okay, the same example which we taken for planning, I'm just taking here. Now, out of 6 people in your team, you are very good in driving. Okay, let's imagine you are good in very good in driving. So you take care of driving. Okay, and the second aspect is someone who is very good in identifying the best hotels to stay. Okay, probably someone might have experienced more, traveled more, so he knows very well about what are the hotels, or what are the locations, or um, very cheaper to stay and the best ones. Okay, for example, probably your friend called Ramesh. Okay, and you are going to drive, and your friend called Ramesh is going to take care of booking of hotels. Okay, so second thing is booking of hotels. Third one, like um, you need to you need one someone to manage the expenses. Okay, for example, you are collecting money from all six. Probably from all six you are collecting 5,000, so you get 30,000 together. Okay, so you need someone who is good in spending, as well as who is good in keeping an account. Okay, day one, where we spent, what we spent, how much we spent. And day two, what are the places that we went and where we spent how much. So someone who keeps the record, who keeps the transaction. Or simply, even if you can you might have watched from your mother, probably taking a diary and writing the monthly expenses. Okay, like everyday expenses and monthly expenses, just to realize that what we have spent and where we have spent unnecessarily. So just to have a transaction. Okay, so for example, the third guy called Suresh, who is very good in the account keeping. Okay, the transaction, like he's very good in finance. So what we do, we give money, the collected money 30,000 to Suresh, and he takes care of the expenses wherever, if you stop the car, for example, the first you are stopping your car, and you are filling the fuel, and Suresh is coming and he is paying, and he is taking the bills, and he is keeping record. Okay, and Ramesh is going for booking the hotels, and Suresh is going paying, and he is recording. Okay, so like this, you are dividing the entire tour into various tasks. That is nothing but organizing. Okay, you are dividing the job into small tasks. Okay, the tour is the big job, and you are dividing driving, booking, financing. Okay, only three examples I have given, but still you have so many things. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm just dividing the task, and I'm giving that task to someone who is good in doing that. Okay, I cannot ask Suresh to drive, because he's good in finance, so I can ask Suresh to take care of finance. Suresh may not be good in driving. Suresh may not be good in booking hotels. Okay, so Ramesh is good in booking hotels. So hence, what I do, I ask Ramesh to book the hotels. Okay, because Ramesh may not be good in driving and Ramesh may not be good in financing. So someone who is good, someone who is expert, someone who is very familiarized, okay, expertised in doing that particular task can be given that task. How many of you know Tiruvalluvar? You're all from Tamil, right? I mean, you all know Tamil, isn't it? Can someone answer me?
No,
You
ma'am,
all,
I'm not familiar.
yeah, you, okay. What
I am
about
from
others?
Rajasthan.
Okay, okay. What about others? Anybody who knows Tiruvalluvar?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. So we all know that he wrote n number of couplets. And the Tirukural is called as couplets. Okay, so he told one he wrote one couplet that is இதனை இவன் முடிப்பான் என்றுணர்ந்து அதனை அவன் கண் விடல். This is one of the famous couplet that is relating to management concept. If you read the entire couplet, it is very easy to understand. இதனை இவன் முடிப்பான், something, okay, something, இதனை, okay, இந்த டாஸ்க், okay, இந்த டாஸ்க இவன் இவன் கிட்ட கொடுத்தா இவன் முடிப்பான் அப்படிங்கறத கண்டுபிடிச்சு அவன் கிட்ட அந்த வேலையை கொடு. That is nothing but organizing. Got the point? So nothing but like who is good in doing what job. Okay, for example, the specialized person. Mother is good in cooking, hence in every house, every kitchen, mothers are cooking. Could you please mute your mic? Okay, thanks. Okay, so every house, in every kitchen, like we send our mother to cook, okay, because she is expertise in that, and father, he goes out and he earns money because he is good in that. So somebody who is good in something, and we allocate that task to that particular person so that he completes it very very perfectly. So that is nothing but organizing. So I think you would have understood very well from the tour example. Okay, someone who is good in doing that particular task. So the same way, in every organization, we have different functional areas. We have human resource department, we have marketing department, we have accounts department, um, we have research and development department, we have production department. So we need to divide the task, and who will be the best person and who will be the right person to do that particular task will be assigned to do that particular task. That is nothing but organizing. And third one is directing, actually. Collectively, different authors have given different functions, and just collectively, I'm just telling you collectively. Okay, so first one is planning, second one is organizing, and third one is directing. So directing is nothing but giving the right directions to the employees who are working in an organization. Okay, so let's imagine, like, when you are traveling, so you are driving. Okay, so let's take your team member 4, probably Ramesh, Suresh, and Ganesh. Okay, let's take one Ganesh. So this Ganesh is going to tell you the route to the first person who is driving. You are driving, okay, so you are driving, so Ganesh is going to direct you the route to reach the spot where you planned for the vacation. So your ultimate aim is to reach the spot. Okay, so reaching the spot is your objective, your organizational objective. So likewise, your organization may have some objective, and for which direction is very important. So let's imagine Ganesh is having the Google map, and he's looking at the Google map, and he's good in routes, and tracking the routes or finding the shortcuts and all. Okay, so hence this particular task is given to Ganesh. So now Ganesh is directing you to take right or to take left or to take straight road. Okay, so whatever it is, okay, so he is there to direct you. So any manager should direct the employees to travel or to work on the right track. That is nothing but direction. Okay, so direction is nothing but telling them what to do. Okay, take left or take right, or go slow. The road is very, road is jammed with traffic, and you can take the another right, or you can take the other route so that it is traffic free. So some direction can be given, right? So when the manager wants the employees to work very perfectly, the third important thing is like he needs to direct the employees. Directing is nothing but telling the employees what to do and how to do. Okay, what you need to do. Okay, actually you are telling that in organizing itself. You are dividing the work and you are allocating the employees. Okay, that is done in organizing. In directing, telling the employees how to do the job. Okay, that is what is called directing. And coordinating. So coordinating is again one other important function in any company or any business. Say for example, like all four, right? You, Ramesh, Suresh and Ganesh, all four are traveling, and suddenly Ganesh and Suresh are fighting. And Ganesh is telling something, Suresh is telling something. Ganesh is not accepting to Suresh, and Suresh is not accepting Ganesh. So there is some problem. So what will happen? You fight and you stop the trip and you come back. Yes or no? Which means there is no coordination. So when there is no coordination, your organizational objective may not be achieved. So every team member, okay, every employee in your organization need cooperation, because you know without Suresh, again trip will not be completed. Without Ganesh, trip will not be completed. Without Ramesh, trip will not be completed. Everybody have got equal responsibility. Everybody have got equal value in the company. Okay, every value in the trip. So see, let's imagine if Ramesh is not there, who will book the hotels? If Suresh is not there, who will take care of the finance? If Ganesh is not there, who will tell you the route? Okay. So, however, we need everyone. Everybody's contribution is very, very important to achieve your organizational goal. Your organizational goal is now. Uh, as far as this example is concerned, reaching to the spot is your objective. Okay, so like this, employees coordination is very, very important. Okay, you need to coordinate among your resources, you need to coordinate among your employees, and anything that matters, coordinating is very, very important. And the next one is controlling. Okay, somewhere it is missing. Yeah, in the fourth point you can see. Okay, controlling is very, very important. Whenever employees go beyond the track, okay, or away from the track, okay, when you say um, to do, how to do, I mean, like when you say the employees how to do a task, he or she should abide by. He or she should should do that particular task, isn't it? When she or he is not doing the job what you have told, and they are deviating from the track, and their control comes. You need to control them, you need to keep them on track. You should not allow the employees to go beyond their duties. Okay, so controlling is very, very important. Whenever employees go beyond the track, or when they don't do what is required, or when they don't do rightly, at any point of time controlling may come, and you can, any manager can control the employees. And staffing, the last one, the last important thing is staffing. So staffing is nothing but identifying the right person for the right job. The half of the thing we discussed in organizing also. So organizing is dividing the task, right? So after organizing, what we need to do, we need to employ the right person. As we employ, you are going to drive, Ramesh is going to book, Suresh is going to finance, and Ganesh is going to take care of route. Okay, so now staffing is nothing but like identifying the right person to the right job, or identifying the right person to the right task. That is nothing but staffing. So these are the various functions of management. Apart from that, you can see reporting, budgeting, decision making. These are all the important functions that are done in any organization. But as far as functions of management is concerned, the important six functions are nothing but, you can write: planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating, and staffing. Okay, once again I repeat: planning, organizing, directing, controlling, coordinating, and staffing. So these are the major six functions of management. Do you have any doubt so far?
No, ma'am. It's clear.
Okay, good.
Ma'am, it should be step by step, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Again, you can see whatever I have explained, that is given in the slide. Okay, so planning is a process of deciding the business objectives and charting out the plan or method for achieving the same. This includes determination of what is to be done, how you need to do, and where it is to be done, who will do it, and how results are to be evaluated. So everything comes under planning. This function expected to be carried out throughout the organization. Any business organization, um, they need to do planning. If you take HR department, obviously HR department should do HR planning. Marketing department should do marketing planning. Finance department should do financial planning. Okay, so every department or every functional area needs to do planning. Without planning, they cannot embark their journey, they cannot embark their functions. It should be performed by the manager at all the levels. So what are the various levels that we have discussed? Top level, middle level, and bottom level. These are the various levels of management. Okay, top level, middle level, and bottom level. So in all the levels of management, planning is there. And coming to organizing, you can see the organizing refers to the structured, which results from identifying and grouping the work, defining and delegating responsibility and authority, and establishing relationships. Okay, so now driving, booking, third one is financing, accounting. Fourth one is routing. Okay, routing is like directing. So now I have divided the job, and I'm just delegating the responsibility. So delegating, okay, you are going to drive. Okay, you the very first person here are going to drive. Okay, and second person, Ramesh, is going to book the hotels, check for the hotels, and Suresh is going to take care of the accounts, the transactions, and Ganesh is going to take care of the direction. Okay, the route. Okay, so now I'm just giving authority, I'm giving responsibility, and establishing relationships. Okay, so establishing relationship is, you should always associate with Ganesh. Why? Ganesh is going to tell you route and you are going to drive. So automatically there is a relationship between you and Ganesh. Okay, because you need to take Ganesh advice, so that wherever, if Ganesh says you to take left, you have to take left. If Ganesh says you to take right, you have to take right. Okay, so you need to associate with Ganesh, because driving requires direction. And next, Ramesh is going to book the hotels. He should actually associate with Suresh, because Suresh is taking care of accounts. So, okay, so and he knows what is the pending budget and what is the total budget, and how many, how much of money is spent on fuel, and how much money is spent on eating, and what is the pending available. And with that available money only, you can go for booking the hotels. Let's imagine the pending money is 25,000. You cannot go for, booking a hotel costing rupees 6,000 or 7,000 per night. uh, Somebody turned on your mic, it seems. Can you please switch off your mic? Mohit, can you please switch off your mic? Thank you. Fine. So, however, automatically, yes, relationships are established between you people, because if you want to complete your trip, if you want to complete your tour, you need to coordinate with all the people. Okay, you need. This is what is actually coordination. In organizing, we are discussing coordination also. So, establishing relationship, and you need to take care of the coordination also. So this is nothing but organizing. To organize a business is to provide it with everything useful to its functioning, that is personal. Personal is nothing but human resources, raw materials, machineries, capital. Capital is nothing but the investment money, okay, etc. So everything is very, very important. The budgeting, okay. So everything is very, very important, because you need to know what is available, what is the available resources, and how you can allocate these resources. If you have 100 people in a department, in another department it is only 35 people, and in that department where you have 35 people have got more job, and in this department you have got 100 people where number of jobs are very less. So how you will allocate now? You will take some employee from this department, probably some 50 people, and you employ in that B department, where B department requires more human resource, right? So this is how you need to allocate the resources wherever it is required. You need to know where the ample resources are, where the shortages are, and you need to map the gap, and you need to bridge the gap also. Okay, so for everything, organizing is very, very important. So once objectives are established, manager has to develop plan to achieve them with help of human resources as well as material resources. Okay, so anything that matters, you need to take the support of human resources as well as the available material resources. Available material resources are nothing but the financial resource, the raw materials, the machineries, everything. Okay, so all these are important material resources. And coming back to directing. So directing, as I explained you, Ganesh is going to direct you, because you are going to drive and Ganesh is going to tell you the route. Okay, so directing involves communication, isn't it? So now what Ganesh is going to tell you? Ganesh is going to communicate with you. Hey, don't go right, please take left. Okay, hey, don't go left, take your right. Okay, so now he is going to communicate with you. So directing involves communication and leadership. Okay, so sometimes, he is sensing, Ganesh is sensing that the forthcoming route is going to be very traffic, and what he judges is that the route which we are traveling is not right or not good. And suddenly, he's intimating to you and telling that to take another route, so that that route can be very free, so that no traffic is there. And this is how, leadership comes. Okay, you can also exhibit leadership under directing. And motivation, let's imagine, you are driving so fast, or you are driving so slow, or you are feeling sleepy, and suddenly Ganesh is telling you and sitting next to you, motivating you, giving some songs and giving you water and asking you to stop for a tea, and somehow is motivating you just to keep you in track, keep you on the track. So directing involves communication, leadership, as well as motivation. Okay. So, and they have explained what communication is, what leadership is, and what motivation is. So communication is the process of passing the information and understanding it from one person to another person. And leadership is the function whereby the manager guides and influences the work of his subordinates. And motivation is just to motivate the employees to perform better. Okay, that is all about directing. And here you can see control. Okay, so controlling, automatically it involves establishing standards of performance. So whenever you're driving so fast, okay, and you're taking wrong routes, and you're not good at giving the breaks, and hence what happens, somebody is identifying you that your performance is not standard. Okay, maybe your driving speed is so very speed, okay, very, very fast, and hence you can controlling comes under setting standards. You should not cross 90 kilometers per hour speed, okay, or 80 kilometers per hour or 100 kilometers, depends upon the route. I mean, depends upon the road, and depends upon the infrastructure, the road facilities, okay. So hence, controlling, which starts from establishing standard performance, which means you should not go beyond 100 kilometers per hour speed, okay, or you should not come down. No, you're not allowed to come below 60 percentage per hour speed. Probably, if there is too much of traffic, you can go for variating, okay. And this is how, you need to establish the standard performance. This is the standard performance, and measuring the current performance and the standard performance. What happens in organization is, they say per day you have to make 100 pencils. That is the standard, okay. Now let us take the same four people: you, Ramesh, Suresh and Ganesh, okay. And standard performance is 100 pencils. You have to make 100 pencils. It is common to all. You are manufacturing 80 pencils per day. Ramesh is manufacturing 90 pencils per day. Suresh is manufacturing 100 pencils per day. 100 is the standard, okay. And Ganesh is manufacturing 120 pencils per day. So now I'm just measuring the standard with the actual. What is the actual? Standard is the 100. I'm telling everybody should make 100 pencils per day, okay. That is the standard, which is common to all. I'm just telling you, I'm the manager of the pencil company, and I'm telling the employees to make 100 pencils per day, okay. That is the standard. Actually, what you are manufacturing only 80, you. And your friend Ramesh is manufacturing 90. Again, it is also less than the standard. 80 is also lesser than the standard. 90 is also lesser than the standard. Ramesh is manufacturing 100. He's meeting out. Okay, what I said 100, he manufactured 100. Now, the last guy, Ganesh, he manufactured 120. Now, he manufactured 20 extra than the standard. Are you able to understand? Now I'm just measuring the actual and the reality, in which what I'm identifying, you and Ramesh are under workers, are poor workers. You are not performing better, okay. Now what I will do, I will take corrective actions. The third step, taking corrective actions that does not meet the standard. I told 100, you didn't make 100, you make only 80. And your friend made only 90, okay. So now it is less than the standard. So now I can take corrective actions on you. So this is how controlling works on, okay. And innovation representation we didn't see, so it is not required, okay. This you can see the levels of management. And before entering into levels of management, I would like to ask you, do you have any doubt in functions of management? Planning, organizing, controlling, coordinating, directing, and staffing. Do you have any doubt in this?
Ma'am, actually, I want to ask that where will you get this notes?
Um, I can I can send it through mail or WhatsApp in case if you request me. And shall I post my email ID in chat box?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes.
Yeah, ma'am.
Do you find it easy and easy to understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks. My chat box is not working. Can someone send hi in chat now? My chat is not enabled. Can someone send hi so that I can reply?
Can you verbally speak out your email ID?
Shall I tell otherwise? Shall I tell? Can
Yes,
you
ma'am,
note?
please.
Yeah. Okay. It is DRA. You can see my name. Okay. DRA, all small. DRAPOOMAGAL. Doctor A Poomagal, all small. At
Okay,
the
ma'am,
rate
done.
of Shri Ramachandra. SRIRAMACHANDRA Shri Ramachandra .edu.in.
Okay.
Dr. A. Poomagal at sriramachandra.edu.in. Okay. So levels
Done,
of
ma'am.
management we will see in the next I think tomorrow you'll be having class, right? So tomorrow we will discuss. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And the session was from 9 to 2 or 9 to 10?
9 to 10 is minor, and the next faculty will come and join.
For the same for BBA?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You please
Okay.
stay back. You please stay back.
Okay.
So can you hear my voice? Is it audible for you? Yeah, fine. Thank you, guys, and sorry for the delay due to some network issues. It makes late for me, and I have just prepared slides for you based on a syllabus. So this might be an helpful for you in exam point of view. That might be useful for your presentations. So let me share the slides here. Yeah. So, guys, in Unit 1, we are going to discuss about the concepts of rights and duties. So, in a business law, most probably the law which we are just making about the concept of law, we are mainly concentrating to obey the rules and regulations of government, and especially an official rule of a country or a state that what people may or may not do, that is the basic concepts for making about a law. So entirely in an industrial law or a business law, so it is an instrument which regulates human conduct or human behavior, just means for justice or morality or reasons, and in order to know about the concepts of regulations. So in this we have just knowing about the concepts of rights and duties. So while we are knowing about the rights and duties in between a relationship between the government and individuals, or even we can say about the groups which we are making about the concepts here. So here we are knowing about the concepts to knowing rights. So in a rights we are having about the three types of rights. It is just that to knowing about the legal rights, natural rights, and then positive rights. So while knowing about the legal rights, and here these are elements which are recognized or protected by a law. So they can include civil rights such as freedom of speech, and then right to a fair trial, and the right to privacy, and human rights such as the rights to life and liberty and security. So the property rights and the contractual rights, nature it just making about the legal rights of the human rights, and then the natural rights. So most probably the natural rights are making about to the consideration of human beings, which making about philosophical concepts such as natural law or human dignity. For example, it just include the rights of self-defense, freedom of consciousness, and then pursuits of happiness. So this will be come under natural rights, and then positive rights, and these are rights that require others to provide or to facilitate something for the right holder. For instance, the right to education or the right to health care. So these were making about the positive rights, and the concept for duties. In duties we are having three concepts here. So it is just that by making about legal duties, moral duties, and then professional duties. So whereas in legal duties, these are obligations imposed by a law, and it is an individual or entities to act or to refrain from certain way. We can say, for example, the duty to pay the taxes, and the duty to obey the laws, and the duty to fulfill contractual obligations. So these are all the legal duties. So every person has to pay the taxes. That is an legal duties for a person, and they need to obey the laws, whatever the laws the government has been implemented. That makes them legal duties. And then moral duties. So these are some of the applications based on ethical principles or societal expectation. We can basically say it is just by knowing a societal expectation. And while not necessarily enforceable by law, they are often considered by a fundamental and then to maintaining a social order. We can say, for example, by include the duty to help those in needs, and the duty to tell the truth, and mainly the duty to respect others rights. So these are all the moral duties. Most probably by just making about saying a truth and respecting others and giving a respect to the other rights, so this makes them moral duties. And then professional duties. So in this professional duties, these are certain professions or roles with the society. For instance, we can say that a doctor have a duty to provide a competent medical care to their patients. That is the duty of doctors. And the lawyers have a duty to respect their clients and seriously with the bonds of the law. And public officials have a duty to serve the public interest, where by just their professionals way of doing the work, and they need to obey their professional. That comes under a professional duties. So in a legal system, the rights and duties are often interrelated and balanced to their fairness, justice, and the protection of individual autonomy. While also we can making about the promoting the common good and social abilities. So that makes about the process of rights and duties. And then the concepts of a company law. So we are having a list of knowing about a company law. So the company law is nothing but we are just knowing about what are all the rules and what are all the process which has been enforced by a company law, by knowing about a legal personality. So it is just to knowing about a legal personality, and which refers to the recognition of entity. We can say such as an individual or corporation or organization, and even certain non-human entities. So as having a legal rights and obligation, and these concepts will be allow the contracts and their own properties are be issued, and then also by knowing the legal rights and responsibilities, much like a natural persons. So we can also say some of the concepts like natural persons, artificial corporations, human, non-human legal levels. So these will be some of the concepts here. But while we are having about in a company law, these six concepts has been a major role for making a legal personality. So, in a legal personality, by knowing about a separate legal entity. So, a company once registered or incorporated, and it becomes a separate legal entity from a shareholders or a members. And this separations will be creates a distinct legal personality for the company, and which means it can own their property and enter into a contract, and can be liable for its own debts and obligations. That is a separate legal entity. And then second one, a limited liability. So in a limited liability, one of the key advantages of a legal personality in a company law is the principle of limited liability. So the shareholders or members of a company are generally by not personally liable for the company's debts, and also by obligations beyond their investment in a company. And this means their personal assets are protected from the company's liability expect in a certain circumstance such as a fraud or wrongful trading. So apart from these, excuse me guys. Yeah. So by where we are limited liability. So this limited liability, which means by making about personal assets will be protected from the company's liability apart from the fraud and apart from the wrongful trading. So these will be not controlled by the company, but apart from these items the company will be make responsibilities and making a limited concepts for making a secured purpose. And then the third one is an contractual capacity. So by making about the legal personality in a contractual capacity as a separate legal entity, we can say a company has the capacity to enter into a contract and an agreement by their own names. So these contracts are binding on the companies, and it can be enforces its rights and obligations under the contract, and also it can be held for a liable for a breach of contract. So exactly we can say about the breach of contract, which the contract will be entered into the agreement by their own name. That makes a contractual capacity. And then a perpetual session. So this perpetual session is that a legal personality which allows a company to have a perpetual session. So it meaning we can say existence is not dependent on the lives of its shareholders or director. If even if the shareholder can change or a key personal can leave, so the company continues to exist as a separate legal entity. So it is just even the shareholder can leave the company and the company can be run over. Some of the rights and responsibilities will be continued by making a perpetual session. And then by knowing about the legal rights and obligations. So this like a natural persons, we can say it is like a natural persons. So the companies will have a legal rights and obligations. So they may include the right to their own property and right to their own protections and the obligations to comply with the tax laws and regulations and the responsibilities which will be fulfill the contractual obligations. So this will be maintained about the legal rights and obligations. And then by making about corporate governance. So this corporate governance is just by knowing a legal personality and also facilitates the corporate governance structure within a company. So the shareholders will make directors to manage the company on their behalf, and then the directors have a duties to act in the best interest of the company within the framework of a company law. That is the corporate governance. So overall, the legal personality is mainly a fundamental concepts in a law. So this enables a business to operate effectively within the legal framework and providing a clear structure of ownership, management, and accountability. So these are all the concepts of a legal personality. So if the questions asked for you, explain the legal personality. So you just write down these concepts. So which makes an a company laws. And the next concept is that by knowing about laws and the sources of laws and the fact which we are knowing about the types of facts. So these concepts were the process which we are making about the law and the fact. So the law most probably will be refers to the rules and the principles which has been established by the government and the other sources of authority to make to conduct within a society. And by knowing about the sources of law, and this can be originate from various sources by making about a written laws which has enacted by legislative bodies and the regulations by issued by the administrative agencies are the sources a case law which has been a precedent set of judicial decision and the constitutional provisions. So we can be collective, we can be have the sources of law by these sources, by written laws and then legislative bodies, administrative agencies, and even they will be having by judicial decisions. So these makes sources of law and then a role in legal proceedings. So the law can be provide the framework for resolving the disputes and determining the rights and obligations. So the juries apply the law to fact of cases, and it can reach a legal conclusion, and even it will be rendered to judgments or the process for making about the contractual. And the fact which makes about the circumstance that will be make about the legal disputes and the issues which has been find out. So we are collecting about the consist of evidence and then to establish which problem has been occurred, what is the issues has been find out. So we are having about the types of fact which making about the two main categories of uh, adjudicative fact and then legislative fact. So while knowing about adjudicative fact, these are facts which has been directly related to the events or circumstance of adjudicated. So they can be include the things like the actions of the parties involved and the timing of events and even the physical evidence. So this makes an adjudicative facts. And then legislative facts. So these are general facts or background information relevant to legal issues, such as scientific principles and historical content or social norms. So they help the judges to understand the broader context of cases. So this might be making about the legislative facts. And finally, while making about the role in legal proceedings, So the facts serves as the basis for applying laws to specific situation, and the parties in a legal proceeding presence, and by making about the evidence to provide or disprove the facts relevant to their claims or defenses. So the judges or juries evaluate the evidence and make a factual determination based on the preponderance of evidence, or even the reasonable reasonable doubt of the standards. So it might making about the in legal proceedings, the distinction between the law and fact is essential. So the process for applying the law to the facts of cases, and it will be responsible for determining the fact based on the evidence presented to them, and this will be maintained to the separation of legal decisions, and also based on both relevant legal principles and the specific circumstance of each cases. So this is mainly we are just making about the facts. So whatever the problem and whatever the issues has been found in a business or in a company, so the issues and the problems has to be identified, and the proceeding documents has to be submitted, so that it can be having valuable results and valuable reasons for knowing what is the information and what type of problem it has been arised. So this will be maintained by knowing about the laws and the facts. And then, so the next concept is as mercantile law, or we can also say as a commercial laws. So this mercantile laws we can be encompasses by various aspects of a commercial transaction and the business dealings. Both cases and the legislative will play a significant role. We can say as in case law and then statutory law. So this play a significant role in establishing legal principles and the regulations. Hence, some of the examples of cases and the legislation relevant to mercantile law, even we can say as a commercial law. So, by knowing about the cases, that we can say as a case law. So the case law, some of the examples like um, Carbolic Smoke Ball Company, which has been making about in 1893. So this landmark cases established the principle to making about the unilateral contract and the concepts of offer and acceptance in the contract law, and this often to studied in a commercial law for implication on the formation of a contract in a commercial transformation. And even we can say about the sales of goods access cases. So by various cases, by interrupting and applying for a provision of the sales of goods, and such as cases involving the implied terms of sales and the passing of property, and the seller's obligations will be regarding to the quality and description of goods, and this will be in making about the concepts and the process of a merchant's law. Yeah. So by having about the process in principal sources of a merchant law. So even the same concept which has been described, whereas the um, mercantile law is a combination of various laws and principles by having about principles of individuals, and even having a legal knowledge to resolve various issues in a company. But in 1872, all these laws are joined and termed as um, a commercial law as well as a mercantile law. And from then to regulate the various issues of the company and several acts, and which has been formed to the Indian Contract Act. So the Company Act, that Limitations Act. So from this mercantile law, it is clear that it has having about a very wide scope. So it is also by knowing about the concepts in commercial law, which makes about the governs the commercial activities of the economy, and it is a broad term that encompasses. Sorry, it is a broad term for all the laws in India, and then it can be make about a commercial transaction, such as a transaction of necessities, of a valid agreement between the contracts parties, and it can be making about explicitly started or implicitly stated. So this explicitly and then implicitly stated can be done for making about a mercantile law. So some of the examples of like the Indian Contract Act of 1872, and the Sale of Goods Act of 1930, and the Companies Act of 2013. So these so on. So these are some of the examples of mercantile laws. So we are just having about some of the principal sources of merchantiles law. So in this, the law merchant. So it is the main source of mercantile law. So it is exactly to knowing the law merchant. So it is just refers to the customs and the rules that can be governed in a traders and the businessman's dealings and the transaction with one another. So especially by knowing about the traders and the businessman's dealings and transaction. So these concepts will be done under the law merchant. And then statutory law, and this mainly related to the concepts of legislative. It is also involved in the significant sources of mercantile law, especially by knowing about the legislation which creates the law. So it just mainly to knowing about the legislation law only. So especially if we are having the concepts of, so if we are having the concepts of legislation which has been created to knowing about the concepts here. So mainly, so the mainly legislation is the prime sources of law, and it just consists the declaration of legal rules by making about some of the authority, and the legislation can be have many purpose to regulate, to authorize, and to enable, to proscribe, or to provide funds, and to grant, to declare, or to restrict. So this might be involved in a concepts of a statute law. And the next sources is that a principle of equity. So the principle of equity is just refers to a set of rules that that are not based on customs or a statutory law, as it will be mainly to the equity rules were formed based on the basis of any other courts and any other consciousness. So this principles of equity is mainly dedicated to the decided in a chancery of a courts and the common law. So this is the set of rules defined by the customs, judicial decisions, and old scholarly worker on subjects. It is an unwritten English law that applied to everyone in the country. And in this content, a common law is mainly referred to the legal principles and developed by judges through case decision. So this might be a common law. And another some of the principal sources of so here we are having another some of the principal sources of a mercantile law. So in an Indian mercantile law, which is having about the various sources similar to the English mercantile law. So some of the principal sources of merchant law will be enacted by these principles, like English mercantile law. So it is an unwritten and it is mainly generalized law by of England to deal with the customs and judicial activities, and which has an equity law and the merchant law, common law, and statute law. All are the sources in English mercantile law. So especially it is mainly established by the law of England. That's why it has been a deal by English merchant law. And then enacted acts by an Indian legislation. This is the main sources of mercantile laws. So by knowing about it is just that having the Carriers Act in the year of 1865 and the Indian Contract in 1872, a negotiable instrument 1881, a Presidency Town Insolvency Act 1909, and the Provincial Insolvency Act 1920, and Sale of Goods 1930, Indian Partnership Act 1932, the Insurance Act 1938, and the Arbitration and Conciliation Act 1976. So this act will be involved in the concepts of Indian legislation. So while knowing about the career acts, so this career acts is especially by providing the regulation of a common carriers. It is just that limiting their liability and declaration of value of goods which has been delivered to the persons. And if any damages such as goods has been by making about any other criminal acts or the servant and the agents and whatever the matter which has been carried out by making about the goods which has been delivered. So on that condition we need to follow about the process how the transaction has been done here. And the Indian Act in 1872. So this might be we can be say the term offer, which one person will significance to the another and is willing to do and is obligations not to do and doing anything for the view of obtaining any other process. So this Indian Act is just mainly to knowing about the responsibilities, and which ensures the contracts are entered freely and fairly, with the full knowledge of rights and obligations of all parties involved. So this Indian Contract Act is also aimed to protect the interest of both parties in the contract by without breaking any other obstacles. So this act has been involved in a legislative act, and then a negotiable instrumental act, and this negotiable instrumental act is Base, mainly it has been taken from the British rule. So it just identified and take over from the British government rule. And mainly it is a significant law that governs the use of negotiable instrument. So it just provides for the regulation of promissory notes and the bill of exchanges and checks. So these will be included in negotiable instruments. And the act was encountered to provide a uniform legal framework for the use of a negotiable instrument in India. And then by knowing about presidency Presidency Insolvency Acts. So it is just to create a special insolvency laying under some of the conditions, and by making about own prediction and some of the petition by the creditor and own petitions. So this will be maintained about having a presidency acts, and this might be a delegation of powers to the officers and to offers of court. This is the concepts for making about under a section 6. It is just having the concepts of a presidency town insolvency act, especially the power to the officer to offers of a court. So this is the presidency town solvency of acts. And then for making about uh, a provincial insolvency act. So it is just under the 1920, and this act was by making Indian legislation that deal with an the the concepts which has been matters in a provisional level, like bankruptcy and insolvency, deal with insolvency. And mainly it is established for producers of initiating the insolvency proceedings and appointing the officers and distributing assets among the creditors. And we can have some of the difference between difference between a provisional insolvency act and then a presidency town insolvency act. And these two principal acts will be governing an insolvency. One is the presidency insolvency, which is applicable by a three presidency town, which along with by making the concepts of dealing the transactions and dealing with the people and dealing with the frauds, whatever the problem which has been enrolled. So basically the the provisional insolvency act is hereby related to the concepts of officers which has to be appointed by the government, and then the main rules and regulations will be framed for knowing about the concepts in legislative law. And the sale of goods. So, in an Indian sale of goods, it is existence in mercantile law, which came into the year of 1st July 1930, and it is also based on a British law only. So, a contract of sale of goods is a contract whereby the seller transfers or agrees to transfer the property to the buyer for a price. So they will be agreed to give the product for a particular buyer, and there may be a contract of sales between one part owner and the another part. So the contract of a sale may be an absolute or a conditional. So they can be have some of the section 5, a sale of contract. So in a sale of contract, which will be made by an offer to buy or sell goods for a price and acceptance of such offer. So that makes a section 5. And while we are making about a section 36 of a sales of goods, so it is just by rules as to deliver. So whether it is for the buyer to take a goods or for the seller to send them to the buyer, so it's basically depend in such cases on the contract, which is an express contract or implied contract. So it is based on the parties, and we can say according to the section 2 into 14. So these act those goods that can be identified and agreed upon, and when the contract of sales is formed. So for example, we can say that when we want to sell our mobile phone through online, so we just put an advertisement with its picture and information, and the buyer agrees to sell, and contract is based on the form. And the partnership act and the insurance act, we can be reminding these concepts, we can be discussed in the next class. And I'm also having a class in after the session of 12 to 1. So in that session we can be discussed reminding the concepts. And thank you guys. We can be discussed in next session. And I have been prepared slides for you, and by completing these syllabus, I will be forward the notes for you. If you want, you just give your mail ID through this messages. I will be forward the notes for you, and it will be easy for you. Just observe the slide, whatever the slide I have been given. Just observe the slide and then write the notes regarding to this one. So after completing these, because I have been taken only a unit 2 up to unit 2s. So after completing unit 5, I will just share you. I will share the notes for you.
Ma'am, I have given my email ID in the chat box. Can you please share the notes?
Sorry, I can't hear what you are saying.
Ma'am, I have given my email ID in the message
Yeah,
box.
yeah, I have seen the chat box.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, I will just forward within 2 days, because I have been taken
Okay,
only
ma'am.
up to 2 units. Remaining 8 units I need to take. So after completing these syllabus, I will be forward all the units.
Okay, ma'am. No issues.
Thank you guys. So shall we be meet on next class 12 time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, class. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am Dr. Arohi Anand and I'm going to teach your paper Business Economics. So, my question to you all is that are you people comfortable in complete English, or it can be a mixture of Hindi, English, both? Okay, thanks. Thanks for the answer. Just allow me to share my presentation. Just give me a minute. My apologies, I'm facing a little a technical issue. Just give me a minute. I'll just resolve it and then I'll join. Is my screen visible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it now visible to all of you?
Yes, visible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So, we start with our business economics class, and I welcome you all in this class. And my apologies for the I suffered. So, let's start with the class. So, before I start the class, any idea what is economics? What does economics talks about? Any one of you, you can just unmute your mic and answer. Hello, am I audible to all of you? Class, am I audible to all of you?
Yes, ma'am.
So anyone who would like to answer if they knows anything about economics? Okay, no issues. Let's start learning about it then. When we talk of economics, we are broadly talking about individuals, people who are working in an economy in order to manage their scarce resources to satisfy their unlimited wants and needs. You all will agree with me that in this society, every individual on this earth have their unlimited wants and they want their needs to be fulfilled, and they are making lot of effort to it, and these efforts are towards to get satisfaction for the want or the desire which they are showing. Like when you pass your 10th, or when you pass your 12th, or when you pass your graduation, or when you achieve something, your desire to get something new, to get something more, keeps on increasing. And you have to manage all these desire, your want, with the limited set of resources which is given to you. And the way you manage it, the way make different kind of choices with it, you are talking in terms of economics. So the science of economics is centered around the three words: want, effort, satisfaction. You have a desire for something, you make an effort for it. And once you make an effort for it, that effort is towards to get a satisfaction from it. Nobody in this world want any dissatisfaction. Every individual is working hard to get something better from the society, to grow, to develop, so that they can have a better standard of living. And this is what we talk in business economics, where every firm, every individual working in that firm has some desire, maybe to get more profits, maybe to get more salary, maybe to get more wages, maybe to get have more lavish life. And they are doing their effort, they are showing their skills, and against these skills they are getting some revenues, they are getting some profits, they are getting some wages. And in order to get this, they are managing the resources, they are using different alternative skills, so that the satisfaction which they want, they can get it. Hope so far I am clear with you all. Are you listening to me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So, if we talk about the root word from where this economics has been derived from, so it has derived from two Greek words: oikos, which is a meaning a house, and mnemon means to manage, which would mean together meaning managing an household with using limited funds available in the most satisfactory manner possible. Imagine your household, your father, your mother, who is working. They have their salary, they have their wages in their hand. And with those limited salary and wages, they are trying to give you the best education, as much as possible, the best service, the best standard of living which they can offer. And this is how, if a one family is managing, then the entire family on this earth is managing in the same manner. And then the government, then the business firms are also managing in the same way. And in this managing of the resources, the person who utilizes the resources in the best possible efficient way gets more satisfaction. Now, there are various definitions of economics given by various famous economists. And while we go through these various definitions of economics, students, you will see that two words will be very common with us. First, the scarce resources, and the another word would be unlimited wants. Let us go through these slides and see what these famous economists want to identify or want to say to us while defining economics. Father of economics, Adam Smith, defined economics in his book An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of Wealth of Nation in the year 1776 as science of wealth. According to Adam Smith, that economics talks about wealth and how do you accumulate this wealth by focusing on production, distribution, amassing as many wealth you can have with free market forces. Like free market forces, how do we define the forces which you cannot see, like demand and supply? You can draw them on the copies, but when in the real life, when you talk of demand and supply, it's a word, it's an abstract word which you need to feel it. It works with align with you. There's a lot of demand in the society for your products, and you supply them. You don't draw them, but you tell them in number of figures, in number of data, quantitative. So the more it is, the more wealth you have, the more better you are, the better you will grow and you will develop. So here in this definition, Adam Smith says the economics is talking about the wealth, the accumulation of wealth you have in terms of while you do production, in terms of production, while you distribute, and in the case of distribution, when you get back your money back and you amass more and more wealth, that is in terms of economy, that is in terms of growth. Another definition given by Alfred Marshall, where he emphasized in his definition of a welfare aspect. Let me read out his definition. Economics is a study of mankind in the ordinary business of life. It examines that part of individual and social action which is most closely connected with the attainment and with the use of material requisites of well being. That's a very big definition. Now, what is the underlying meaning of this definition? Three important points which you need to understand what Marshall is referring to. Adam Smith talked in terms of wealth, that if you have more wealth, the better you are. But whereas Marshall talks in terms of welfare, where he says that the ordinary individual who is working day in and out to earn his bread while showing his skills, talent, the life which he's facing or she's facing, struggling to earn bread and butter, is to get satisfaction. And to get the satisfaction, he needs to be aligned with the welfare of the people. You cannot be just talking in terms of profit motive only. You cannot just talk in terms of self-interest only, but you also need to talk about how you can increase the welfare of the people. You can give, little satisfaction them, little happiness to them, so that the wealth or the satisfaction which they gain after, buying of a product or selling of a product, they should get some happiness to it. It should not only making money. You can give them little discount, you can offer them little social cost, something you can give people, society, to little free things, so that welfare can happen at large. But in this welfare, he emphasized only material things. There are two things, material and immaterial things. Material things which can be touched, feel, your table, your sofas, your ACs, your chairs, your luxury items. He considered in his definition only the material requisites. The more the material things you have, the better you will feel welfare. You will feel that yes, society is working for me, I am growing, and my welfare is neat. Again, he is not emphasizing anything on immaterial, not on emotions, not on something which cannot be felt. He says that if you have material things as much in your life, as much in your actions, you will be feeling better and satisfied. And similarly, if one feels like that, then the entire economy, the entire society will follow the same pattern. I hope so. You are following with me. Class.
Ma'am, can you please display the slides?
Uh, one second. Is my slide not visible to you all?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am. Slash it's not visible, ma'am.
Slide visible here?
No, ma'am.
Slide is not visible.
Yes,
Not
ma'am.
No.
visible, ma'am.
Okay, just a second. Let me check. I hope so. Someone is traveling in this class. Is that Mr. Rothor? Are you traveling? Arvind Singh Rathor?
No, I'm not traveling.
There must be someone traveling because the mic of that person is. Okay, I'm again trying to share my screen. Just let me know. Is it visible to all of you? Is it visible now?
No, ma'am. There's the multiple windows open in your screen.
No, ma'am.
Is it now visible?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay, just a second, let me check. Just tell me, is it now visible?
Yes, ma'am. Now it's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, my question again to you all. So far, whatever I said, were you able to follow?
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you. Okay, the next definition which we are going to talk about, scarcity definition, given by Lionel Robbins in his book named An Essay on the Nature and Significance of Economic Science in 1932, where he emphasized on the definition of economics as a science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scare means which have alternative uses. So let us break this definition into 4 points which are listed in this slide. The wants of humans are unlimited. It is very true with all of us. We want everything in this life. Whatever we see, oh God, please give me this. Oh God, give me that. Oh God, give me this, give me that. Every time, whenever we are talking with friends, oh no, this could have happened, that could have happened. Every time we are talking about, I want this, I want that. But we need to understand whatever we are desiring for, we cannot have everything because resources are limited in nature. So when resources are limited in nature, we have to find an alternative. Let's take an example. Ma says, father says that you can go out and study, but this is the limited income I have. So based on this limited income, and the opportunities available, you need to choose. So you have a lot of desire, I want to go to Canada, I want to go to Australia, America, but you also need to understand, just by desiring you cannot get everything. You need to come down to the line and understand that I have a limited money in my pocket, and with this limited money I have to take care of the only options which could be available to me easily, and those options should satisfy me somewhat, not completely, but somewhat. So the scarce resources, the scarce opportunity with individual who goes through, or the business person which goes through, needs to understand. You just cannot capture the entire market, but you need to understand, in order to capturing this market, the cost which you need to pay. Are you ready to do that? And to incur those costs, you need to really work hard. You need to understand that how you can reduce your cost of production and you can gain maximum profit and revenue. So you need to think about the alternatives, you need to think about the opportunities which can be used efficiently and with the best optimization. These days you can see a lot of firms, in terms of beverages, in terms of foods, drinks, fridges, tables, everything. You have a lot of competition, and every firm is acquiring or having certain amount of revenue which they are getting after the selling of the product. And everything is advertised in the market. You go to the market, you see various products, and based on those products you make your comments that no, this one is good, this one is not so good, some adjustment could be made. What are you doing? You are actually, with your limited money, with your limited resources, you are trying to choose best option which can suit to you. Similarly, the firms on the other hand of the side, they are also seeing there are a lot of competitors selling same kind of a product, maybe competing at same price level. How they can impact? Can this impact will be in terms of brand ambassador, can be in terms of taglines? What could ever be the impact on the society? It should be efficient and should be best utilized. Why? Because resources are scarce in nature. You just cannot say, I need the whole world. No, you are not Shaktiman. You are no one. You are an individual with lot of desire, but with a rational thinking. Rational, how do you define rational? Where a person thinks before he or she acts. And the last definition, growth definition given by Paul A. Samuelson in 1948, where he studied how people or society choose options, opportunities to produce, to recreate with money, or at times without the use of money, which could have alternative uses, to produce various commodities over time, distribute them for consumption, not only to the present people but also people to the society in the near future. It somewhere connects with your sustainable development concept, that where you are producing not for the current generation but also generation which are going to join us in a near future. All the resources which you are using not for the present purpose but also for the future purpose, for the future market which you are going to develop and earn from those markets. So if we see, we went through four major definitions of economics. First, the wealth definition given by the Adam Smith. The second, the welfare definition given by Alfred Marshall. The third definition given by Lionel Robbins, scarcity definition. And the fourth definition, the growth definition given by Paul A. Samuelson. After once we have gone through what is economics and the various ways of defining economics by different economists of the world, we are now heading to the nature and scope of economics. What is the what are the various aspects, what are the various content which we can deal in economics, and how we can connect our daily life with this paper. If you are a business person, if you are in a government, if you are in an individual, or you are a kid of 5 years, how do you connect with this paper? How this paper, is into your life, and how you are working with it directly or indirectly. So the scope of economics is very large, very large. And there has been a lot of debate whether, it is a science, it is a social science, it is a normative science or a positive science, what it is. So there are various, I have divided this into 4 pointers, where each people after debating, have come to a conclusion that you can find economics in all these aspects. Economics cannot be secluded from these things, but it is, part and parcel of it. So how's it? So when you talk economics as a science, when we talk of economics, when we talk of a society, how people are living, how they are carrying out their day-to-day activities, what sort of, salary they are earning, what sort of business firm are earning their profits, revenue, or even the losses, we need to collect data. We need to classify the facts. We need to analyze the facts and deduce them, that is to reduce them and give a conclusion. Yes, this firm is earning high, this firm is earning low, or this firm is, at a stagnant position and needs some renovations or needs some improvements. And similarly, what science does in particular, it finds what is the fact, it goes with the facts, it analyzes the facts, it collects the data from the various sources, and then present a concrete analysis. Okay, this will happen, that will happen, this is the course of time. When we talk in terms of social science, we talk in terms of social behavior. What is the pattern of individual, how they are behaving in a particular instance. Now if they are, let's say, we talk about women, who working women handling the office as well as the household, what are their behavior patterns. So you need to collect a data, you need to collect a questionnaire, you need to do a survey, and then you can say what is the behavior pattern. Do they feel good, how it impacts their financial life, how they impacts their social life. So again the behavior pattern comes, which again talks of economics. And again, in order to carry these behavior pattern, in order to carry these surveys, in order to carry the facts and figures, we need some rules and regulation. And that is why it is also said economics is an art. An art of doing something. How do you perform it? This is the problem, this is the question, but how do you do it? And the way you do it, you talk in terms of an art. Now when you show your art, that this is the problem, without saying what is good and bad in it, you just present the facts, you're talking in terms of positive economics. You don't add any judgment to it. This boy got a hit tomorrow at 12 noon. This is a fact you are presenting. Now, was this fact good or bad? What happened to this boy? How did it happen to this boy? When you don't deal with these such questions, you're talking in terms of positive economics. What is it? But yes, when you question or when you answer what it ought to be, kyun aisa ho gaya, why it happened, was there some norms, did he follow the rule and regulation, was there some ethical issues involved with it should have happened, it should not have happened. When you answer such kinds of a question with a value judgment, with rules, regulation, norms, you're talking in terms of normative economics. So when you talk in terms of scope of economics, you can see it as a science, you can see it as a social science also, you can see it as in the form of art, you can see it in form of facts, you can see it in form of a value judgment, rules, norms, concepts, theories, everywhere you will find. This economics is not just a paper. Business economics is just not a paper which you are studying in your semester. It is something you are born and brought up with it. It is your inside everybody's life on this earth. Every family, every day, they go inside, they work, they come, they get some profit, their behavior patterns, everything comes under the purview of economics. Business sometimes grows very fast, sometimes very slow, or sometimes a business, just get off from the market. Why? Because they are not able to, understand or manage the resources which they have with them. And as a result, if they are not able to analyze the norms, as a result, if they are not able to collect the facts and the figures, they are not able to analyze the behavior pattern, they will suffer and they will one day vanish from the system. The new competitor or new system will come in. Now, this science, arts, or positive and normative economics, all this are based on two facts, the two way of analyzing the facts and figures. First, inductive inquiry, and second is deductive inquiry. In inductive inquiry, we make a specific observation. Let's take an example that we take flights. We travel from one state to another state and we take flights. So one day in my observation, it came that all the flights where we pay low rates, those flights are delayed by an hour. And every time when I go for a flight, I see that the flights which are cheap, where the prices are low of the tickets, those flights don't fly on time. They are usually late by an hour or 2 hour or get cancelled. So it comes to my mind that why is it such? That is it happening every time, or is it just like this? So I am making an observation, and with this observation I would like to draw a conclusion that if the flights tickets are cheap, these flights will always fly late and it will never fly on time. I come to and draw a conclusion. This conclusion is based on the pattern, the facts which I will collect from, obviously, from the respective company, from the flights which are being, scheduled daily, and why this is happening. I'll collect this fact. And if my conclusion seems to be correct, then from the specific, I will be going to a general conclusion that yes, the flights whose tickets are cheap, their timing or their flying timing is late, and hence you should not buy flight tickets which are cheap or which are less in price. So from specific to a general conclusion. Whereas in deductive, I examine the existing theory, let's say law of demand. The law of demand, let me define you, says that there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. So as the price grows, the quantity demanded will be reduced, and as the price fall, the quantity demanded will rise. Now this is a theory which I need to test. If I test and find this theory, this hypothesis, this law to be correct, I will say, yes, I accept that is the existing theory which is there in the books, there in the copies, exist, and yes, it is valid. If I found any, discrepancies or anything where my law, my theory doesn't seems to be valid after the analysis, collection of the data, I say I reject the law, I reject that hypothesis, because it is not happening. It is not actually taking place. It is just in writing in the books. So in inductive, you go from specific to general, and in deductive inquiry, from existing theory, you go to a specific answering of the question. So this is also written in my next slide, that in this reasoning, inductive reasoning aims at developing a theory. You develop an basis by observing certain pattern, whereas in deductive reasoning, you examine the existing theory and then say, from theory to specification, yes, this happens, this does not happen. Am I clear so far? Students, am I clear so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. The next thing we talk about micro and macroeconomics. Microeconomics and macro. All the individuals in the society who are working day in and out for their livelihood, for earning their bread and butter, are actually, we see them through the lenses in two different ways. First, as an individual unit, and then as an overall. So, this is what the major difference is between micro and macro. Micro has been taken from Greek word micros, and macro has been taken from the Greek word macros. Micros talk about individual markets, individual person, individual firm, whereas macroeconomics talks about the entire economy. India as an economy, American economy, Canadian economy. In microeconomics, we talk about effect on price of a good. Whereas in macroeconomics, we talk in terms of effect of price on overall economy, that is general price level in terms of inflation, deflation. We talk about how individual grows, whereas in macroeconomics, we talk about how economy grows. In terms of microeconomics, we analyze the consumer behavior pattern of maybe an individual, maybe a firm, but whereas in macroeconomics, we talk about the behavior pattern of the entire society. Let's say aggregate demand, the demand made by all the individuals in the society in one financial year. The aggregate supply made by all the firms in the economy in a one financial year. So micro always will talk in terms of individual unit, whereas macro will always talk in terms of the entire unit, the totality, the total. Now, let's say example, the GDP of the country is going at 5% rate. So when you're talking in terms of GDP, that is the final value of goods and services which are sold in economy during one financial year. Now, these goods and services which are being sold in one financial year are being sold by the individual firms. And when you analyze these individual firms, you are talking in terms of micro. When you collect the data from all these individual firms and sum up and then present the data, you're talking in terms of macro, totality. Am I clear till here?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Now the last part. There are some fundamental concepts before you get into the paper of your business economics. Four main fundamental concepts which is included in your syllabus as well. Want, utility, value, and welfare. Want, which I started in my first slide also. A want is something that is desired. Oh my god, what if I got a BMW? BMW should be parked in front of my house. That's just a desire. You need to put an effort for it, and when you put an effort for it and you get that BMW car, you get satisfied. Next is your utility. Utility, what is utility? Want satisfying power of a commodity. A commodity which can satisfy you. After having a BMW car with you, you feel satisfied. You every day you are out with your car, enjoying the roads, enjoying the scenery, and your friends are also with you, and you are making the best use of your BMW car, helping people also using it wisely. That's utility. Value, I have written a line over here. Commodities like water have a very high value in use, but low or no value in exchange. Like, say, water diamond paradox. Which is more expensive, water or diamond, class? Any answer? Which is more expensive, water or diamond?
Water.
Diamond, ma'am.
Diamond. But if you compare it with water, The value of water is more or diamond is more?
Diamond, ma'am.
The value of water is more. You can stay without diamond, but you cannot stay without a water. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So please try and understand. When we talk in terms of value, we are not talking in terms of only the prices, but at times we also talk in terms of what we get in terms of exchange. You may get some high returns, you may get some high values, but you need to understand the feeling, the attachments which are attached to those products. And the last thing is welfare, means well-being or happiness. It is very important in society that if the economy is growing, it should not grow in terms of numbers, but it should also grow in terms of happiness. It should also grow in terms of quality. It's just not the numbers, but it is also the quality of life which people are living in that society. Let's take an example of an economy where there are 100 individuals, say 100 families, and there are firms, there is a government, people are connected with the rest of the world, household, and everything. And the economy is growing, let's say, at 10% rate of GDP. But if a survey was done and people find out that people are not happy in that economy, so the question is, are you growing well? The answer will be no, because if people are not happy in that particular economy, it is just the numbers which will say, but the real answer will never come out, because happiness plays a very important role. Let me give you a very small example. If you are very happy, very energetic, with a positive attitude, you will see that you can accomplish many things. You will be able to do all your tasks easily and happily. And the moment you feel little depressed, distrust, disturbed, that day you will find difficult to work. You will find it difficult to understand. Why? Because the feeling, the emotions play a very important role. You do whatever, even if you're doing naughty things, even if you're doing a productive thing, even if you are part of any business or you are leading something. This happiness, this welfare, this emotion plays a very important role. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after going through so far what we have talked, what is an economics, the various definition of economics given by different economists, then we talked about the scope of economics as science, social science, art, positive and normative economics. Then we talked in terms of methods of inquiry, inductive and deductive reasoning. Then we talked about the fundamental concept, want, utility, and welfare. So, whatever we have discussed, I have prepared a questions for all of you. So, I'll show the multiple choice question, and I will just want you people to try and answer. Let's see, it's a multiple choice question. There's a question, you have four options. You need to answer. Let's see how many of you can answer. Since I'm presenting, so I'll not be able to see who has raised their hand. So I request any one of you to take charge and see whosoever is raising the hand, allow that person to speak first or to answer the question first. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Shall we start with the question session?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, here we go. The subject matter of economics is concerned with production, distribution and exchange, consumption, all of the above. Who will answer? Anyone? You can just unmute your mic and answer. No one?
Distribution and
Ma'am,
exchange.
Distribution and exchange. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else?
Consumption.
Consumption.
All of the above.
Who said all of the above?
All of the above. All of the above.
All of the above. Okay, correct. Congratulations. You answered it correctly. That means you were listening to me correctly. The matter of economics, in my first definition only I wrote production, distribution, exchange, and consumption. All of these are, part and parcel of your economics. Good. The next question. The economic problem arises since wants are unlimited, resources are limited, resources are capable of alternative uses, or all of the above. Who will answer?
Resources are capable of alternative uses.
Sorry, it was not clear to me. You
Resources
can
are
just
limited, ma'am.
resources are limited. Okay, anyone else?
Resources are capable of alternative uses.
All of the above.
Okay, who is this? All of the above?
All of the above. I'm
Again, I'm not able to get your name, so please can you again repeat your name, ma'am? Hello?
Ma'am, it's Humaira Banu.
No matter one. Okay, thank you. So again, correct answer. The answer would be for this question, all of the above. We talk about wants are unlimited. We are talking also of limited and how these resources can have alternative uses. We talk of all the above 3 points when we talk of economic problem. So what are the basic economic problem of the society? How to produce, what to produce, and for whom to produce. Next question. The wants of the people are limited, unlimited, satiable, all of the above.
unlimited, ma'am. Unlimited.
Congratulations, two of you did a correct job. Unlimited. Please name yourself.
I'm Rinza, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Humaira Banu, ma'am.
Okay, good. Next question. Economic problem arises in planned economies, free market economies, mixed economies, all of the above.
Mixed economics.
Okay. Anyone else?
Free market economy. All of the above. It's
Why all of the above?
Free market
planned
economy.
economics also problem arises, no.
Right, correct. That should be the reasoning, no? Just not all of the above. Correct, very true. It arises in all the three market economy, whether it is a capitalist, it is a socialist, or it is a mixed economy, a democratic economy. Economic problem can arise at any point of time. Okay, next we have two questions here. Who is the father of economics?
Learn Robbie.
No,
Lionel Robbins.
no.
Adam Smith.
Adam
Correct,
Smith.
correct.
Adam Smith.
Adam Smith.
Correct. This is what I also told in my slide. The father of economics is Adam Smith. Okay. Now, next question. Economics is a positive economics, normative economics,
Both,
both.
ma'am.
Both, ma'am, both.
Both.
Both, ma'am.
Congratulations to all class. Perfect. Wonderful.
Ma'am.
And the last question for the class. The relationship between price and demand is direct, positive, negative, none of these.
Direct, ma'am.
No.
Positive, ma'am.
This way
Positive, ma'am.
you answer all the options, then I have to say, no, this, not this, and you get the answer. The answer would be negative. As the price rises, the quantity demanded falls. As the price falls, quantity demanded rises. So thank you, class, for joining with me today, and I hope so I was audible and clear to all of you. And we will meet in our next class with another module, that is module 2. And if any points to be shared or any things to be shared, I need your email IDs. And I can see some of the email IDs already posted in the chat box. So shall I use those email IDs in order to send you the pointers, or you?
Yes, ma'am, you can use that email ID.
Okay. So I can see Surayya's email ID, Surayya Kumar 196 at the rate gmail.com. Is there anyone else who would like to share the email ID? Okay, I can see 2, 3 email IDs. Right, correct, perfect. So I hope so you like the session. If you like the session, thank you all, and we'll meet in the next class.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
So guys, here this is the concept we have been listed in a previous session. So we have been discussed about the sales of goods, and then now the act which has been enrolled by an Indian legislative, which means making an mercantile laws, and this is apart from a Indian Partnership Act. And the Act Indian Partnership, which has been enrolled in the year 1932, and it defines the partnership as a relationship between two or more person who agrees to share the profits of a business and run by them by one or more person acting for all them. So especially the partnership is that by making mutual understanding and then mutual agreement between these parties for making about the contract and making about the process of their business which involved with their mutual agreement. And we have some of the rule which we have been having here under the rule 3, the Partnership Act in 1932. So it is making for the registration of each firm, and a separate application is necessary for making about the rule 3. So accordingly, the applicants should supply in this application only particular of the firm in respect to applications, and this applies can be the cases of a same person carrying on the business in a partnership under a different firms names. So it might be involved there. And the insurance in the Insurance Act. So it is that in the year 1938. So it is also made passed in the year of 1938, and by making about the British government, and especially it is enacted in India to regulate the business of insurance. So, what are all the insurance formulated for a business process? It involved for making about the Insurance Act. So, it provides a framework for the country's registration, operations, and supervision of insurance companies. And this will be maintained for the process of a Insurance Act. And the concept of a judicial act. And the judicial decisions. So the concept which we are making about sources of mercantile laws is by making about a judicial act, sorry, a judicial decisions. So this and this judicial decision is an opinion from a legal opinion and written by a judge. So the judicial panel is made by making of courses of resolving any legal disputes. So it is just by making about the judgment given by the judge based on the situations which will be arised. So this judicial decision making is a formalized process whereby decisions are made by the presiding officers of court, that is, and judges. So this seized of the settlement of disputes between two parties. and it postulates the presence of a situation where two parties are before a court of law with advised clients. And this especially what wherein the decisions are given by the judge, it will be under the act of an Indian government, and then for making about the justice, and then analyzing the process, and by giving the decisions. And finally, customs and the trade usage. So the trade custom in an all common law, the customs will be found in the cases and the process of being a particular specific location. So in common law, the trade usage will be probably be regulated by a common law. Most probably, the customs will be binding irrespective of a consent of the parties, whereas usages are binding only when they are not expressing and by the terms of agreement, and it will be entered into by the parties of agreements which they have been going to do. So the trade usage of trade is a practice or method of dealing for a regularity of observance in a place or occasions, or a trade as to justify as expectation that will be observed with respect to the transactions. So overall, the customs of a trade will be made by a long time, and it will be understood to apply by all engaged in a trade. So these are all the concepts of sources of mercantile laws, and by this unit one has been completed, and only a simple concept has been asked in unit one. And after that, upcoming unit 2 to 8, we are having an in-depth concepts. So now shall we discuss about the concepts of an Indian Contract Act, that we used to say about what is mean by a contract. So we can say a contract is an agreement between two parties. So whether they were being an making an acceptance, but which making about an agreement and legal enforcement proposal. So the first thing, while we are seeing this chart, we can say that first thing of an contract is by giving a proposal, and even we can say about the offer. So after giving the proposal and the offer, it might be again to the acceptance. So after acceptance, whether the party has been accepting or not. If the party is not accepting, the contract will be closed. If the party has been accepted, and then it will be maintained about the process here. Just a minute, guys. Yeah. So this contract, we are just making about the concepts in a contract. So the contract is especially by making about an agreement between two or more parties, and which the law will enforce. So we can say under section 2 into H, it has been defines the contract as an agreement enforceable by law. So this what made by agreement. And even we can say the contract is equal to agreement plus enforceability at law. So whereas while we are discussing about the concepts of an agreement, so the agreement is defined as an every promise and every set of promises framing a consideration for each other. So the promise is, we can say, as a proposal. When accepted becomes a promise. and the agreement. And the agreement is made by the offer and acceptance. So that is an agreement when two parties is giving an offer and then the other parties is accepting, that is an agreement. So while the proposal and made by then offer and then acceptance and then agreement which they will offer and acceptance, and legal enforceability by making about the consideration, forming a consideration, and finally the contract. So this chart will be explain about the terms of a contract. And so the parties to the agreement must have agreed about the subject matter of the agreement in the same sense and at the same time. So unless if there is no consideration, the contract will be invalid, and there is no contract. If there is any other consciousness, and then if there is no agreement, if there is no acceptance, and then the contract will be stopped in here. So whatever the contract has been acceptance by making about an agreement which giving an offer and accepting, so the contract will be making by an enforceable by law. So by having the notes of an enforceable by law, in this an agreement to become a contract must give rise to a legal obligations or a duty. And also then agreement may be a social agreement or a legal agreement, but only those agreements which are enforceable in a court of law or contract. So this agreement has to be enforced in a law, the court of law, so that the contract can be agreed. So all contracts are an agreements, but all agreements are not necessarily contracts. That makes be changed, and this will be and maintained for making about the all contracts are agreement, we can say, but all agreements are not a contract, because the agreement can be vary. Some of the business, some of the business law or some of the business person will be create their own agreement. They will be have a mutual agreement between the two parties. By this we couldn't able to say this is the contract, but they will be have a mutual agreement. But whatever the contract we have been enforced, it has to be enrolled by the agreement. That is the major thing here. So this is what a explanation for a contract. So under section 2H, an agreement is enforced by law. In another word, we can say this word also an excited terms for explaining. A contract is an agreement made between two or more parties which the law will be enforces. Where the agreement which making about a offer and acceptance, that is an agreement. And then yeah, this is the main concept for making notes on a contract, and this is what an essential of a valid contract. We need to describe these concepts. So by knowing about this 10 essentials of a valid contract, this essential is nothing but we can also say about the elements of a contract. We need to enforce these essentials. So while we are observing these 10 elements, so that the contract will be invalid. If any one of these elements is not presented in the contract, then it will be a void contract and the contract will be closed. And that is the elements of a valid contract. So in the first thing, we are just making about the concepts of offer and acceptance. So while we are making in a contract, this is the main concept. It is an essential of a valid contract. So there must be an offer and the acceptance of the same. So it is generally to recognize as an essential requirements for the formation of a contract. And so especially an offer is a statement, or we can make about the indicates of a willingness to agree, and the acceptance is an agreement to terms of an offer by the party. So this is what by making about the offer and acceptance. So an offer must be communicated to the person who is meant to accept it, and may be made by words or contract. So for example, an offer to sell some of the house to any other person. A person is selling his house to B for rupees 5 lakhs. And B is accepts the offer and promises to pay the price for any other installment, with installment or without installment, whatever. So they are just making about the mutual process here. So the person A is offering on a house, and the B is accepting to buy the house and giving promises to pay a certain amount. That is mean by a offer and acceptance. So it has to be enrolled there. And then legal relationship. So, in one of the essential valid contract is a legal relationship. So, the legal relationship is nothing but the parties to an agreement must create a legal relationship. So, the agreement of a social or domestic nature do not create any legal relations, and as such cannot give a rise to a contract. For example, we can say if X person is inviting a Y to a dinner, and Y is accepted the invitation. So it is a social agreement. If X fails to serve the dinner to Y, and Y cannot go to the courts of law for enforcing the agreement, because it is a social agreement. So whatever the process which has been making about a legal relationship. So we couldn't make against complaint regarding to X because of not providing a dinner. So it is an legal relationship. And then number 3, a lawful consideration. So this makes one of the important main essentials of a valid contract. So the consideration is something in written. So the consideration has to be defined as the price paid by one party for promises of the other party. That is something in written. Whatever the agreement has been made, and it has to be written back. That is, for example, if X is agrees to sell his motorbike to Y for prices of 1 lakh, and Y has been promised to pay rupees 1 lakh by the consideration of X, and he promised to sell the motorbike, and X promised to sell the motorbike in the consideration of Y by paying 1 lakh. That is the lawful consideration. So if the X is not considered for selling his motorbike for 1 lakh, he is expecting for 1.5. So this will not be making about a lawful consideration. So it has to be considered between both parties. That is meant by a lawful consideration. And then capacity parties. So this, it means that the parties to the agreement must be competent to the contract. We can say a contract by a person of unsound mind is an void, and thus a contract entered into by a minor or by a lunatic's person, so it will be an void contract. So it has to, whatever the contract we have been making, it has to be know about the person's of capacity. So if the person in an unsound mind and then the minor are by making about lunatics, so this will be an void contract. For example, a minor is borrowed 8,000 from A, from A or B, whatever it is, and he has been exhausted a mortgage of his property in favor to the lender, and there was not a valid contract because a person which has been borrowed rupees is a minor, so we couldn't able to claim the amount if he is not paying the amount written, if he fails to pay the amount. So the capacity of the parties has to be identified by before making the contract. And then free consent. So the free consent is that for a valid contract, it is necessary that the consent of parties to be a contract must be free. So it has to be making about the process of a necessary contract here. And this will be utilizing the process here by making about a free consent. And we can say about the free consent is a contract based on a section 13. So on section 13 of the Indian Contract Act in 1872. So it is an agreement made between two parties for the same purpose with the union of thoughts. So it is under the principles of a consciousness ad item, and it will be defined as the process of a legal maximum of a free consent. So, for example, if X threatens to kill Y, just an example, if X has been threatens to kill Y, if he does not sell his car to X and Y agrees to sell his car to X, in case Y's consent has been obtained by coercion. Um, so, uh, so some another example, um, the same thing also it has been. Um, A threatens to hurt B if he does not sell his house to A for 5 lakhs rupees. And here, even B sells the house to A, it will not be a valid contract since B constant was obtained by cohesions. So this is by just making about the contract voidable. And this means the contract is voidable at the opinion of the party whose consent were not free. And so the aggravated party will be decided whether to perform the contract or to void the contract. So it is just that by making about the threatening to do anything, making and compulsion to do anything. So it does not be included in a contract. We shouldn't make a threaten to buy, and we couldn't push the other party to buy this and to give these amounts. So whatever the contract, it has to be make an acceptance by the buyer. That makes a free consent. And then lawful objective. So it is also necessary that the agreement should be made for a lawful objects. And every agreement of which objects or the consideration is unlawful, and it will be an illegal, and therefore it will be an void. So the lawful object is a main thing for making about the contract. So it should not be against the public policy. So the main purpose of making about by doing individual rights, but to maintain and protect the legal welfare of a community. So most probably the legal objects is that by making about a legal consideration, so it can never be an fraudulent, and it cannot be usage any misleadings. So the agreement will be entered into a containing an unlawful fraudulent consideration. So it might be the objects are void by the nature. So for example, if A decides to sell goods to B and smuggle them outside of the country, so this is not an lawful object. So while it is making about any other smuggling, and then he decide to sell the product, but it is not comes under the act of consideration, lawful consideration. So this is what an lawful object. And then writing and registration. So this writing and registration will be an valid contract. So according to Contract Act, so the contract may be oral or in written. So although in practice, it is always in the interest of the parties that the contract should be made in written, or it might be in oral, so that it may be convenient to prove in the court only in the written. So it has to be make a contract with the written, so that whatever the contract which leads to an void, so on that time we can be have an against to the parties to make a complaint. So it will be giving an evidence to the court. It will be helpful to provide the evidence for the court. So this is what a writing under registration. So the contract in a writing must be complete with the required formalities. So as it has to be write the contract, and especially by making about the mutual obligations between two or more parties. So that makes about the writing and registration. So whatever the contract has to be done, it will be better for making about a writing contract. And then a certainty. So this certainty of a contract, it will be a certainty in a contract law. It is just refers to the clarity and the appreciation of the term and the condition within a contractual agreement. So the all parties will be involved in a contract by making a need to fully understand, and it will be interrupt the items. So a contract should be a complete and final agreement by making about a valid contract. So the term and condition of the agreement must be clear and certain. That is uncertainty. It has to be entered while we are writing the contract. It has to be clear information, and it shouldn't make about any other details and unwanted information. It should be avoided the unwanted informations in the contract. So it has to be precision, and it has to be clarity. So that is uncertainty. So if it is not clear in an agreement, and then it will be a failure of making against, or it will be an void contract if we are facing any other problems. And then a possibility of performance, and this is actually by making about a act is legally or physically imposed to perform. So the agreement cannot be enforced at law. So it has just by making about a physically impose to perform. So this possibility of performance, which makes the agreement should be capable of being performed. So, for example, if A agrees with B to discover the treasure by magic, and B agrees to pay rupees 1,000 to A, and this agreement is void because it is not an agreement to do an impossible act. We couldn't make that. So, in some other example, if A promises to B to bring a rainfall through magic, so he is just by making about an express, by knowing about an impossible thing. So this will be making about an voidable agreement. So whatever the possible thing has to be performed, it has to be enrolled in a performance. So if it is the physical impossible to perform, and the agreement cannot be enforced in a law, so it has to be identified whether it is an possible or impossible of performance. And that is the one of the essentials of a valid contract. And then not expressly declared void contract. So this is the last essentials of a valid contract. So an agreement must not be one of those which have been expressed, declared to be an void by the act. So if a person sells his goodwill along with the business, and then the buyer can restrain the seller for practicing the same business with the local limits. Such agreements will be deemed with a valid, and it is an agreement not expressly declared a void. So this might be one of the example, and these are all the essentials of a valid contract. So actually, the main concepts of a valid contract is that we can able to write the 6 concepts of a valid contract. So number 1 is an offer and agreement, and then a free consent, competency, consideration, lawful object, and then not declared void. Even we can able to write this 6 concepts also. So these are all the elements of a contract, or we can say as a essentials of a valid contract. And the another concept, types of a contract. So we are having a most probably 3 types, and under that we are having a more than types here. So the first concepts of contract is that types of contract is that on basis of enforceability. That is the first types of a contract. So on basis of an enforceability is that underlaid by the 4 types of contracting. So the first thing is an valid contract, void contract, voidable contract, illegal contract, unenforceable contract. So these are all the types of contract in an on the basis of enforceability. So by making about a contract is an enforceable if it is made by a mutual assets of the party. So which mutually between the parties is considered to be the essence of the contract. So the contract law requires that the contract will be made on the basis of equality and the volunteers. So this might be making about the process of here, and by knowing about the first thing in an enforceability of contract is a valid contract. So the contract which is enforceable in a court of law are called a valid contract. Whatever the consideration and whatever the contract which is enforced in a court, which is enforced in a legal registration, that might be an involved as a valid contract. But while by made about a voidable contract, if one party to the contract has an opinion of enforcing a contract by law, but not at the opinion of another or other, it is an avoidable contract. So it has to be making about a mutual enforcing. It has to be understood by two parties. Opinion of enforcing a contract by law. That is a voidable contract. And the void contract. So the void contract is maybe an enforceable at the time when it was entered into. But later on, due to certain reasons, the contract might be went to a void. For example, any other impossibility or illegality of the contract, it might become a void contract or unenforceable contract. So if it will be started by making about a valid contract, but at last any other some uncertain situations, the contract might be went to an void. And then illegal contract. So this illegal contract is that if the contract has an unlawful object, it is an illegal, which it does not framed by unlaw. So, for example, if there is a contract between A and B, and according to which B has to murder by Y, any other persons, for a consideration of rupees 10,000 from X. So it is an illegal contract. So the contract which has been making any other fraud and any other illegal items and any other cheating, so this will be under the process of an illegal contract. And then unenforceable contract. And this contract which not probably fulfilled legal formalities. It is called an unenforceable. And that means an unenforceable contract will suffer from some technical defect like insufficient stamp or after ratification of that technical defect, it becomes an enforceable or a valid contract. So if the contract, for example, if the contract is done without a sign, and after putting a sign, it will be an valid contract. Until the sign, the absence of sign, the contract will be an unenforceable. And then, by making about an illegal contract as a void, but all void contracts are not illegal. This is the codes for making about a contract here. And then the another third types of a contract is on the basis of mode of creation. So this on the basis of mode of creation is mainly by making about the mode of their formation of contract. So how they are making about the contract here. So it just making about the mode of contract is that the express contract, implied contract, quasi contract, executed contract, unilateral, and then bilateral. So this is the types of a mode of contract, how the contract has been made upon. So the first thing is by making about an express contract, where the offer or acceptance of any promise is made in a words. That is an express contract. So the promise is to said to express. For example, A has been offered to sell his house and B has given an acceptance. It is an express contract. And by knowing about an implied contract. So, an implied contract is one which is inferred from the act of the other parties or the courses of dealing between them. And it is just that by making about the by just making uh, by just making about the contract between them. So the act and the conduct of the parties in any other situation may arise to the implied contract. For example, um, sitting for example, sitting in a bus can be taken an example to an implied contract between a passenger and the owner of the bus. So this is one of the example. Or we can say an individual, a person enter in a restaurant and order a food. So, a contract to receive the food and services, and the payment for the same is established. It is an implied contract. It's legally binding in the same manner as a written. So, that is an implied contract. And the quasi contract. And the quasi contract is, it is just that by making about a, just a minute guys.
കേൾക്കണ
So guys, I have been muted, no? Till long I have been taking the classes. Sorry, sir. So I have been left over to communication of revocation, right? So I didn't notice that I have been muted for 5 minutes. I'm just taking a class. So, so this communication of revocation. So just now I have been explained this concept here. So this revocation is nothing but by cancelling the process or cancelling the order, or we can say the revocation is just that by making um, cancelling the loss of efforts. So for example, we can say, if the restaurant is dirty, and that could result in the revocation of its health license. So it will be reduces if there is any other dirty in a restaurant, and automatically the law will be against about an health license. They will be about a revocation. And if a lawyer breaks the law, and it could leads to the revocation of his license to practice in a law, that makes about the revocation. So whatever the problem involved in a contract, and it will be made about the cancelled of due to the lawful consideration. And this will be most probably by making about a legal binding agreement between parties, and that outlines the terms and conditions for revoking of communication. And these contracts are often utilized in some situations where confidentiality or privacy are such in a business dealings and personal relationship or a legal matters. So these concepts will be involved in a communication revocation. And then, so here some of the components of a communication of revocation. So it is just that by making about the parties involved. So who will be involved, and the contract will identify the parties which entering into the agreement, and this may include individuals, business or organizations. And then communication subject to revocation, and the contract will specify the type of communication that are subject to revocation, and this could include emails, letters, verbal communication, social media post, or any other forms of communication. And this revocation process, and third point, and this revocation process is that the contract will outline the process for revoking communication. And this may include a specific procedures for notifying the other party or parties involved, and the time frame within which communication can be revoked. And then the fourth concept in communication revocation is a legal consideration. So in a legal consideration, in a legal consideration, so we are just making about a legal consequence. So the contract will detail the legal consequence of a revoking communication, and this could include penalties or damages for branches of the agreement. So this will be maintain a legal consequences. Whatever the problem which has been enforced in an agreement, and it has to be faced with the consequence by an law. And then confidentiality. So the contract may include provisions regarding a confidentiality and non-disclosure of information related to the communication and the agreement itself. And then by governing law. So the contract will specify the governing law that applies to the agreement and any disputes that may arises from it. And finally, signature. So the contractor will require the signature from all parties, which involve to indicate their agreement into terms and conditions has been outlined. So signature is the most important factor for making an agreement. So the overall communication revocation contract will serves to provide a clarity and protection for a parties which involves in the sensitive communication by establishing a clear guidelines for revoking if it is necessary. So these are all the communication of revocation. Guys, just a minute, give me a 5 minutes because in my laptop it is less in charge. I need to plug the charge. I need to insert the charge. The charger is less. So, guys, give me a 5 minutes. Let me back in a 5 minutes, guys. Yeah, sorry for the interruptions, guys. Mm, yeah, so this is the concepts we're going to discuss about the consideration. So here we are having about the consideration. So the contract can be helpful for making about the consideration. So it might be an so the consideration is nothing but something of value exchanged between the parties to the contract. And the consideration can maybe the things such as money, property, service, and work performance are a promise to not do something. And as long as the parties to the contract can be exchange sometimes of a value of each other, there is a consideration. So the consideration in a contract law, we can have about the concepts, the consideration in a contract law. So the consideration is the kindness throughout full regards for others, or an act of throughoutfulness, treating others as you would have them treat you. So which makes about the golden rules is one of the example of a consideration. So the main types of consideration in a contract law is that by making about a executory consideration, executed consideration, past consideration. So in this executory consideration, we are contributing about these items here. So while we are knowing about the executory, so we are mainly having about this executory consideration. It is just the promise made in a written of promise. So which will be exchanges of promise between both parties, between two parties. So while we are making about an executory consideration, so the promise will be carry out some work in written for promise of payment. So it is just that by making about the exchanges of both persons, both parties, and then executed consideration. So where executed consideration, where one party will be perform the act and exchange, but the another persons of promise by the other party. So it is just that by knowing where the promise will be made in the contract or delivered immediately. Example of delivering of goods. So this executory consideration will be promises made in a contract in a future, but executed will be done in on the parts of the process. While by having about the difference between executed and executory. So the executed contracts are wherein the obligation of both parties have been completed, and where executory contracts agreed to upon due but not have been fully completed yet. So the executory will be made by a future and the executed will be completed. In the past consideration, which is generally not valid, and it is referred as acts performed. So it has been performed by making about a past consideration. So this past consideration that has already flowed from the other promise to the promisor. So this is the promisee which act for bearance or for any other things which has been completed before. So and it used as a bias, and when we claiming any other damages or which we are knowing any other things. For example, A bikes on his own way to office to stop due to lack of petrol, and A is requested B, who was a petrol seller, and B gave a petrol to him. Later, he promises B to pay rupees so someone something else. So that is the past consideration. So these are all the concepts in a consideration, and then. By making, after knowing about the consideration, we are knowing about the capacity of parties. So this concepts which has been discussed in essentials of a valid contract. So the capacity of parties. So it is just by making about the capacity of parties. So under, as per the section of 10, so all the agreements or contracts, if they are made by the parties competent to the contract, the competency of parties is one of the essential elements of the valid contract. So the capacity of the parties to the contract means the legal ability of the parties to enter into the contract. So mainly, it is just that by making about a with close attention to the particulars. So mainly, if we are making about the capacity of capacity of the parties. So, and before that, we have discussed in a previous session, no, the consideration of law. So, some of the here some of the breakdowns of a consideration in a contract. I have just left over the concept. First one is a requirement for validity, and then mutuality, and then a value and sufficiency, past consideration, future, and expectation, and the special cases. So in that we need to consider about the mutuality. So the consideration ensures that both parties to contract are bounded by a mutual obligation, and each party must receive something of a value or incur something from a legal determinant to create a binding of agreement. So this makes a mutuality of consideration. And before that, in a consideration of a contract, it has to be a requirement for validity. So for a contract to be an legally binding, there must be a consideration of exchanged between the parties. This means each party must give something of a value or make a promise to other party. So without a consideration, a contract lacks mutuality, and in generally for making about an unenforceable. So these are all the concepts in a consideration which I have been left over. And so remaining concept we are just having here, and then we can be discussed in the next class. And thank you so much, guys, which we are giving time for me, extending an half an hour. And I hope this class will be effective for you. And thank you, guys. We might be discussed in the next class. Thank you, guys. வந்துட்டேம்மா.
Manish, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. It is audible, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, very sorry for delay. So I was held up with a program. Okay, so now only I got come out. So I'm going to handle a subject is called Principles of Financial Accounting. Myself, Dr. Chandrasekhar, working as an associate professor, and I'm having an association with Pondicherry University from 2009 onwards. So it is very nice to work with them, with the team members. Okay. So according to your syllabus, very light syllabus only. So I don't know how many of you belongs to non-commerce. If in case of commerce major, may possible to follow up easily. And for non-commerce also can possible if you are doing some little bit hard work. Um, in case of non-commerce students, to concentrate more on basic fundamental activities, may possible, and try to find out the previous year question papers. Um, it will both the practice will help you, and in case of financial accounting, not only financial accounting, in any type of accounting subject, you need to practice more. So then only it is possible to clear and understand, because everything is rule based. You cannot write by own what you like some other theoretical concept or theoretical paper. So everything is rule based. Everything is systematically followed by yourself. Otherwise, you cannot get your accounts tallied. So why you need to understand about the financial accounting in case of BBA students? It is not only for the BBA students, either the commerce or non-commerce, or either the businessman. So all transactions is entirely depending upon or lying on the accounting. So for bookkeeping and recording the business transaction in a systematic manner only, you can understand that your business is going well or not. Okay. So timely monitoring and timely predicting your business growth is very much important. For that, data is day-to-day data is very much important. When we were in beta system, like whatever we have excess goods, we try to exchange with some other people who have excess goods which is required for us. But when the money measurement concept came into existence, the all transaction what we are doing, or whatever the goods or services exchanging with the others, we are trying to measure with the help of money. When the money measurement concept came into existence, from that date onwards, there is importance to understand about the basic fundamental about the accounting concepts if you want to do the business. Previously, some methods were following. It is called a single entry system. So till where some local unorganized sector people are doing, like uh, writing their own way without following any systematic way, writing their own way. If you are going to talk about a petty shop situated in a street corner, so how we can possible to expect that petty shop owner can maintain the accounting records properly? So he may be illiterate person, he may not have sufficient knowledge to read and record the transaction. So he will record as what he knows, that based on his own experience, like goods sold to Murugan 500, Kannan 200, like that. He is writing something, whatever the credit transaction he is writing. Sometimes the credit transaction turn up, or sometimes if when he is busy, when some I have seen in many places some businessmen who some petty shop owners who is very busy with their work. If there is a more customer, he will not write anything. He will not record properly. Just whatever the known person is coming and asking. For example, he bought or she bought goods for 100 rupees. Next time you tell me how much your account. So they are transferring the responsibility to the buyer itself. If buyer is going to disclose the real fact what how much he bought, no issue. If buyer is going to hide the transactions, the petty shop owner will get loss, or he will obtain the loss, may leads to close their business. So it will vary from area to area, situation to situation. If you want to maintain all the records properly in a systematic manner, we should go for following the double entry system. So where double entry system have a proper procedure to be followed by the accountant while recording the transactions. If a transaction is happening in a business, it will hit in two places, in two records. For example, goods purchased for credit. A businessman bought around 5,000 value of raw material for his business or manufacturing process. So what will happen? The raw material, what he bought, it will hit in the purchase account, as well as the creditor who supplied goods and credit, it will hit in his account also. So, but in single entry system, we will not have any dual aspect, dual recording system. So whatever he knows, he will record according to his knowledge. And it is very much important to each and every businessman to understand about their day-to-day business development, and how much he earned profit and how much the money is left to the customers. what is the expected sales, how much the sales can expect in this particular period, or expected purchase, etc. Everything can be calculated only when he is maintaining the accounts properly. Otherwise, it is not possible. So here it is mentioned in your unit number 1, like meaning and scope of accounting, need for accounting, development of accounting, nature and objectives, bookkeeping and accounting, accounting principles, accounting concepts and conventions, accounting standards, and international accounting standards. In case of the accounting concept and conventions, these are all the both assumptions helping us to maintain the records properly. So here the accounts are maintaining based on the some set of assumptions or some set of guidelines. If you have guidelines only we can follow, or uniformity can be followed. In case of double entry system following the GAAP rules, GAAP GAAP, it's called generally accepted accounting principles. In throughout international level, everyone is following the GAAP principles. So the way what you are using to record the transactions, the same guidelines to be followed by each and everyone in the world, those who are doing the business. So there are two concepts we are using here, credit, debit and credit. That means income receiving aspect, benefit receiving aspect, benefit paying aspect. That is considered as debit and credit. So how we can record the debit and credit? It is entirely based on just a minute. I'm trying to share my laptop, unable to do. Okay. And we are calling it the branches of accounts. Like account, first the transaction should be classified into two. Okay, a businessman should have ability to classify the transactions into two, whether he is selling for businessman or selling for individual persons. Here, each and every business have separate soul. Okay. We have around 10 accounting concepts. Okay, so I'll try to share the PPT link in next class, definitely tomorrow. So as per schedule, you join properly. So I'll share both the classworks, Google document as well as the PPT. So that will help you to understand the basic concepts. So in case of accounting concept, so we are calling it a business entity concept. That means each and every business have separate soul. Even you are a person, you are a proprietor going to start a business with 5 lakh rupees as initial capital. Once invested 5 lakh rupees, the business will become separate entity. Whatever you are giving, the business will record. Whatever you are taking back from the business, then business will record. So it is called entity, business entity concept. Business may have separate soul. Men may go, men may come. That means a proprietor may start the business, or he may going to come out from the business due to some natural unavoidable circumstances. The follower going to take over. That means legal heirs of proprietor will take over the business and he will continue. For example, if your father going to start the business, so after the father's death, the son will going to take care, or daughter will going to take care of the business. So business will run. So business will not have any definite life. So it will continue. And so that's why it is called business entity concept. The second one is called the money measurement concept. All transaction will be measured with the help of money. Whatever you are contributing or whatever you are going to take back, whatever the goods purchased or service rendered, that all transaction will be measured with the help of money. So no transaction will be left, or if any transaction which cannot measured with the help of money, that will be neglected. So So we have a lot of accounting standards, how a service or how a product can be recorded in a particular situations, or how value for a particular service can be measured or calculated. So that is given guidelines, various guidelines is given in the accounting standards, Indian accounting standards as well as the international accounting standards. When we are going to do the business in throughout the India, there we have to follow the Indian accounting standards. At the same time, if a person having business in the international level or multinational level or in global level, he should follow the international accounting standards. That means it is very common. So certain guidelines will be applicable only to the Indians. So, for example, calculation of depreciation, like when we are using the asset for our business. So, how the depreciation can be calculated for the assets what we are using in our day-to-day business life, like any vehicle, motor vehicle or plant or any buildings, whatever we are using. So that guidelines is given in the accounting standards. So whether that standards will same or will vary from country to country. If a person doing business in India and business in China, so the accounting, if we are any foreigners or any Chinese people have Chinese businessmen having business in China, head office in China and having branch in India, how whether he want to follow the different accounting standards? No, it is not necessary. It is applicable. That means international accounting standards is applicable when he is doing business in a number of countries, multiple countries. So that is enough. And the money measurement concept say that, and periodicity concept. That means accounting period concept. It is also called the accounting period concept. So for business purpose, the 12 set of months we are fixing as the accounting periods. The 12 set of months may be the calendar year or it may be the financial year. Um, So sometimes people are taking financial year as a accounting period, and some people are taking calendar year as a accounting period. But whatever the things they can follow for their own management purpose. But when they are moving for payment of tax, they should follow financial year concept. So when it is starting with the 1st April and ending with the 31st March. And they may starting and recording the transaction from 1st January to 31st December, or sometimes people are starting the 1st July to 30th June. But it is immaterial. Whatever they followed, when they are going to pay tax to the government, they should follow uniformly. The uniform financial year, the uniform financial year is concept is called starting from 1st April to 31st March. So that should be followed by that. ಇಲ್ಲ sir. Okay. So that should be followed. So any set of 12 months to be taken for calculating the total revenues, calculating the total expenses, calculating the total profit obtained from the business. So that is called accounting period concept. And accrual concept. So here income accrual, expenditure accrual concept to be followed by each and everyone. So what is the accrual concept? So no businessman can do the business with a 100% cash transaction. Always there is a need of some credit time period to run the business successfully. So either when we are purchasing the goods or when a manufacturer purchasing the goods or raw material from the supplier may going to grant some time period, like it may be the 1 month or 2 months or 15 days, 10 days. It will vary according to business. So whatever the goods purchased during that period, it is not meaning that the transaction is not happen. Even the money is paying after certain time period, after 2 months or 3 months, that transaction to be recorded. Same like that, when we sold goods or a manufacturer or a trader sold goods to someone on credit basis, when he has given 2 months or 3 months time period to collect back money, So it is not meaning that the transaction is not happened. Okay. So whether it is a money transaction, a transaction is happen with the help of cash, whether it is a cash transaction or it is a credit transaction, both the transaction to be considered. And if any income is which is related to the current year, any expenses is which is related to the current year, that should be recorded, that should be accounted. That means, for example, where insurance paid for next year, insurance paid for next year. Normally, insurance is prepaid in nature. We cannot take insurance policy on exactly on 1st April and end with 31st March. Okay, so sometime when the insurance is going to expire, for example, insurance is expired on 31st October, we have to renewal our insurance on 1st November. So from 1st November, if you are going to calculate from 1st November, it will end with the 31st October of next year. So normally what you are doing, if you are following the accounting periods, financial year is the accounting period. So the expenses, whatever you have paid up to 31st March only related to the current year. If expenses prepaid from 1st April to 31st October, it is those expenses is related to the next year. So that should not consider, that should not brought under the current year transactions. So whatever the income is related to the current year, expenses is related to the current year, though both the transaction to be considered, it is called accrual concept. And matching concept, so every debit will have credit. So we are recording the transactions on a dual basis. It is called a matching concept. And going concern concept is called like every business will go, will continue. No one can stop the business. What I said, men may go, men may come. Any person can come out from the business or can join newly. Either it is applicable for all business. Either it is a partnership firm or proprietor business or a joint stock company. So a business is not at all depending on a business life or soul is not at all depending on a person's life. Sometimes you see even the business, some business are running successfully, which is started 100 years ago, 200 years ago. So because the legal heirs will going to continue or take over the business, that's why it is called a going concern concept. And a cost concept, that means all whatever the cost is incurred to production to sales, all cost is recorded as per the proper head, as per the gap rules. Whatever the gap rules we are following the gap rules, etc. That's all. So those things are considered as accounting concept. Based on the accounting concept only, we are recording the transactions. So those are helping us to record the transactions in preliminary level. So if you are going to talk about types of accounts, like it is called, majorly we can classify into two, like personal account, impersonal account. What is called personal account and what is called impersonal account? If any transaction which is related to the persons, it is called a personal account. Like even when a proprietor contributed capital, it is considered as personal account. Can you hear me? Can you follow me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So if any transaction which is related to the person, for example, goods sold to Mr. Murugan. Murugan is a person. At the same time, goods sold to Murugan and Company. Murugan and Company is not person. It is a that means it is also person. It is not natural person. Murugan and Company is a artificial person. Either goods sold to natural person or artificial person, both are comes under the personal account. Okay. So be clear, personal account, impersonal account. Personal account can categorize into a natural person, artificial person. Natural person means any natural person like human beings involved in a transaction, it is called a natural person. Artificial person means any business entity involved in a transaction. For example, goods purchased from Raman and Company Limited, goods sold to Murugan and Company Limited, or any service rendered to particular company limited, or service rendered to a business entity, it is called, those are considered as impersonal. Even the banks are considered as artificial persons. when we are depositing money and withdrawing the money what we have deposited from the bank. So bank is considered as artificial person. So here there are three golden rules to be followed when we are recording the transactions. First one is the personal account. When we are going for recording the personal transactions, like debit the receiver, credit the giver. Debit the receiver, credit the giver. This is a concept. If you have note and pen, you can note everything, because the entire accounting concept is starting from golden rule only. When you are preparing the financial statement, if you want to know the actual financial statement, or if you want to compare the financial statement of past 5, 10 years, etc., everything is starting from the golden rule only. So the day is gone when the accountant is manually recorded all the transactions. Whatever the error is happened, the rectification of error was very difficult in olden days. But now everything is very easy with the help of SAP rule, SAP or Tally. So everything is become systemized one. So with the help of system, we can record the transaction even if a person is not studied the proper accounting principles, accounting concept. It's very easy. A software package, if you are learning the software package, it is easy to record the transaction, and software package will give accurate information about the business transaction and very easy to find out details and etc. Previously, when we don't have that system facilities to how the banking function was happening. You just imagine about around 3 decades before, 30 years before, 40 years before, also banking functions was there. How the banking function was happened, for example, if you are going to ask your grandfather and father if they had experience with the bank, if you want to know the bank financial performance of yourself, bank balance, you have to go to bank. So if you are giving a request, they will take at least 2-3 days time period to give a statement, because statement will be prepared manually. But now it is very easy. It is in your hand. So mobile app is with you. So if you want to take the statement, for how many months you want to take, you can take from the mobile app itself. So same like that. So recording the transaction with the help of software and editing the data and rectification of data, etc. Everything is very easy in case of accounting software. So there is a debit and credit. So if your transaction is debiting, the same amount will be reflected in the credit also. So it is called a dual aspect concept. So in case of personal account, so when a person, for example, Mr. Raju is going to start a business with a capital of 5 lakh rupees, when he is contributing capital to the business, how the business is writing record. That means in the name of business, you only doing. So business will not write your name. So what the business will write, cash account data to capital. So it will record the transaction based on the cash inflow and cash outflow. If any transaction will lead to cash inflow to the business, or transaction leads to cash outflow to the business, based on that, it will record. So as a proprietor, when you contributed fund as a capital in the name of capital to the business, so how the business will record your name? Proprietor's capital. So cash account data to bank. Sorry, cash account data to capital account. Suppose or otherwise proprietor's capital account. You will not write, because you are going to maintain the record. So in your record, definitely you will not write your name. So Mr. Raju is starting business. Raju's capital. It is not necessary. It is Raju's business. So if he is writing capital account, it is enough. Okay. So same like that. If same money is deposited directly in the bank, so who is the receiver? Debit the receiver, credit the giver. This concept you have to keep it in our mind. So personal account, golden rule, debit the receiver, credit the giver. Suppose if banker is going to give us loan to you, so debitor comes in. Next rule we have to follow. So any transaction which is related to the person may be the natural person or artificial person, we have to follow the personal account. Okay. And impersonal account can categorize into two. One is called the real account and nominal account. So real account, nominal account is called impersonal account. What is called the real account? Any cash transactions or any asset transaction is happened, real account norms to be followed. First, what are all the assets to a business? Whatever the things required for doing the business. It may be, for example, if a person going to start the business, he may require land or a building. If building, if he is going to purchase own, if he is going to take for lease, that is different. And any plant, some plant or machinery, some equipment, some vehicles, and some cash, etc. So the asset required to start the business can categorize into um, fixed assets, um, current assets. So what are the things is considered fixed assets? So which asset will not convert into cash up to winding up of business? Those assets are considered fixed assets, like land, any building or any vehicle, whatever the life is whatever the duration of a particular asset is more than 1 year, it is called fixed assets. In that category, we can bring any type of assets like vehicles or land and buildings, plant and machineries, um, any loose tools. Loose tools we are like die sets. Some companies are using the die sets. For example, plastic manufacturing companies, they are using the same machinery and they will produce n number of plastic goods because the die set will differ. If they want to take a plastic tumbler or a plastic water bottle or plastic any type of spoons or kitchen requirements, etc. So they will use a single machinery to produce variety of goods in plastic because of die set. So they will have different die sets. That are also considered assets for the company. So those things are considered as fixed assets. In case of current assets, which asset can convert into cash within a year? Like bank balance, cash in hand. These are all the things readily you can use. Any raw material, data. Who is called a data? Our customers who is having debt with us, data, and um, and prepaid expenses. So those things, prepaid expenses means insurance because the expenses is already paid. It is called prepaid expenses. So those things are considered current assets. So because those things can be converted into assets within a year. So those details will be discussed in detail in future. So those asset transactions will be recorded following the real account norm. So what is the golden rule for real account norm? This is the second one. Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. So whatever we are getting inflow of things like asset purchased or cash received, either it is a fixed assets or current assets, both are both to be recorded. Okay. So for example, asset purchased. What type of assets? It may be the furniture purchased. So debit what comes in, furniture account data. What will go out? Credit what goes out? Cash will go. So sometimes a transaction will be recorded by following the combination of personal account to real account or the combination of real account to nominal account or only within the account. In case of real account, if you are asset purchasing, if you are going to purchase any asset, what will happen? Your cash will go out, asset will come in. Okay. So dual aspect. So both the transaction will happen in same nature of account itself, real account itself. So asset will come inside and cash will go out. Okay. So for example, if you are going to pay 50,000 rupees to purchase the machinery, what will happen? 50,000 rupees balance will go down from your bank balance and 50,000 rupees worth of asset will come inside the business. Okay. So inflow and outflow will happen within the real account. So there we have to follow the real account norms. It's called debit what comes in, credit what goes out. And next one is called nominal account. Here, all expenses, losses, incomes, and gains to be recorded in the nominal account. What is the rule for recording the nominal account or transactions under the nominal account? Debit all expenses and losses, credit all incomes and gains. So debit all expenses and losses. The first thing, for example, rent paid. Okay. So we need money for meeting the operating expenses. like day to day, whatever the expenses will incur in the business or to run our business. For example, if you are manufacturing industry, if you are going to take a manufacturing industry, what will happen? Raw material purchased, rent paid, salary paid, wage paid, carriage inward to bring the raw material from the supplier to our building, loading raw material and unloading raw material, and processing time when we are going to process the materials with the help of labor, etc. And advertisement charges, carriage outwards to bring finished goods or to carry the finished goods from godown to market, traveling expenses, transport charges, there are the n number of expenses will be made by a businessman in day-to-day business, and n number of income will be receiving by the businessman, like rent received, interest received, dividend received, etc. So those any income is received from the investment or from the bank deposit or from any other sources. Those things are considered inflow. Okay. So how we can record the transaction? If you paid rent, for example, simple thing, you can take the transaction, rent paid. Okay, rent is the expenses. First thing, whether rent paid or rent received. Rent debit is called expenses, rent credit is called income. Sometimes where your business property is let out for some other purpose. So by the time you may going to receive rent from building or rent from some plant and machineries, whatever you have given for rent. So you may going to receive rent as income. Okay. So I'll take rent paid. Rent paid. Rent paid 5,000 rupees. So what will happen? We have to follow the two accounting rules. One is real account, another one is a nominal account. Rent is a nominal account. What is the rule for nominal account? Debit all expenses and losses. Credit all incomes and gains. So debit all expenses, rent account data to what is going out. If you are paying rent means cash is going out. Okay. So cash will comes under the real account now. So what is the real account rule, golden rule? Debit what comes in, credit what goes out. Okay. So whether cash is inflow or cash is outflow in case of rent paid. When you are going to pay the rent, cash will go out from your business. It is called a outflow of cash. So it should be credited. So here to record the rent transaction, we have to follow the two rules. One is called a nominal rule. Nominal rule to be debited or accept the nominal rule and accept the real account, credit side of real account rule. Okay, the combination. So how this combination can be used to record the rental expenses, rent account data, because rent is a nominal account. So rent is the expenses. So expenses to be debited, rent account data to cash account. Cash is going out. So like this, we have to record the transaction. For example, if you are going to receive the interest received from bank, interest is the income. Interest received from bank. Who is going to give interest? If bank is going to give, definitely you have to record the bank's name also. If interest is receiving in case of cash, okay. For example, interest received from Murugan. Interest received from Murugan, 5,000 rupees. If any cash transaction is happen, we should not think about the person who involved in the business transaction. Okay, the purpose of mentioning or the purpose of keeping the person's name to collect back your pending amount. If the person is paid cash, what is necessary to maintain the person's account? That you may ask question, okay, sir, in many supermarkets, when you are going to purchase the things, the supermarket people are recording our transactions as well as recording our name for offer purpose. So those are comes under the advertisement or those are comes under the promotional activities. It is not necessary to maintain your, it is optional. If they want to use you as a future resource or future customers, they will maintain your records. They will take your phone numbers and address, etc. They will have one separate customer ID for you. So whatever the transaction is happening, they will record under your customer ID. So after a certain time period, they will give some credit points, like 100 credit points, 1,000 credit points. According to that, you can deduct from your next purchase. But here, once the cash transaction is happened, it is not necessary to record their name. For example, if you are going to purchase, once the cash paid, the relationship between the buyer to seller is come to end because where the both the parties paid adequate consideration. For example, where you are going to purchase 5,000 value of provisions in a supermarket. So once you paid 5,000 rupees, your consideration is over. That means the consideration to be paid to the that the shop owner is over. And once you received 5,000 value of groceries from the shop owner, so you have paid 5,000 rupees and you have received 5,000 rupees value of provisions or value of groceries as consideration. The shop owner sold 5,000 rupees value of groceries to you and received 5,000 rupees as consideration from you. So transaction is over. The shop owner is not necessary to remind your name, Mr. Raju purchased goods or Mr. Kannan purchased goods for cash. If any cash transaction is given, it is not considered personal transaction. At the same time, you are a regular customer to the particular wholesaler. You are a regular customer. So you bought 5,000 value of goods from that wholesaler. Your name is Mr. X, for example. So by that time, that shop owner, what he will do, he will record your transaction because you yet to pay the money. When you are going to pay money, by that time only they will remove your name from his record. So that is called cash transaction. Sorry, that is called credit transaction. So that is called a personal account transaction. So there he want to maintain your name. Okay. Otherwise, if any transaction is happen by paying the cash or receiving the cash, the transaction is come to end. There we have to give importance to only for the cash, not for any persons involved in the business transaction. So this is the basic fundamental. This is the basic fundamental. So the bookkeeping process can be classified into three stages. One is recording the transaction and classifying. Second one is the classifying the transaction. Third one is the summarizing the transaction. There are the three steps to be followed in case of bookkeeping. So recording the transaction in a systematic manner, we have seen, because we have to follow the golden rules to record a transaction. Okay, and classifying the transaction. What is called a classification? For example, if you are going to take this May month transaction, a businessman may have n number of times sales and n number of times purchase in May month. So, in different dates, for example, if you are taking today, the 4th May, the 4th May, 2 times sales happen or 5 times purchase happen. Same like that, if you are going to take in a year, n number of times the purchase may happen and sales may happen. So that many account we cannot maintain. So what we are going to do, we are going to classify the accounting transactions according to the homogeneous nature. We'll bring together all purchases into purchase account, all sales into sales account, all rent into rental account. Or if you Mr. Somu purchased goods in 10 times, so all Somu's transactions in a single name in the case of Somu's account. If he bought goods from Mr. Xavier 10 times, so the Xavier's account to be consolidated. So that is called classification of accounts. So how the classification will happen successfully? If recording processes happen successfully, the classification is very easy. Okay, and summarizing in a systematic manner for reporting purpose. So normally the accountant preparing the accounts or recording the transaction, classifying the transaction for the reporting purpose. To whom the report to be submitted? The report to be submitted to the top level authority. The top level authority may be the proprietor, or you may preparing accounts for your purpose, for your reference. If you want to know the business status of your business transaction, so you have to follow. If in case of accountant working in a partnership firm, so he should prepare the accounting transactions or records to be followed by him for the purpose of showing the transaction to the reporting to the partners. In case of joint stock company, the accountant have to prepare and